any item at any time by email to city.council@bremertonwa.gov. And Zoom recordings of study sessions will also be available online within a few days following the meeting. Tonight, Councilmember Fry is going to be viewing remotely. Oh, there you are. And everybody else is present and accounted for. Okay, first up, we have agenda bill briefings. Welcome Public Access Manager Colleen Microfer here to present item A1.
Hello, I am here. The mayor is seeking confirmation for the reappointment of Jay Montgomery to the BCAT Community Advisory Committee. He's our educational representative. His term would be 2 years, expiring December 31st, 2027, and he's been on the committee a long time, and he's a wonderful resource. He's about 2018. I'm not sure exactly when he was first appointed.
Any council members have any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions or comments. I mean, I have so much to say. No, Jay is great. I used to work at the high school, and he runs the program there. They do such funny and wonderful, like news reports at the high school. He's great. But you guys are lucky to have him.
Yeah.
Okay, so how should we put this? Consent or general business?
Consent, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome Mayor Greg Wheeler here to present item A2.
I think you've all received the resume in your packets, and Charles has been doing this work for a little bit for the city, and really appreciated his professionalism and showing up and doing the work. Happy to bring him forward.
Anybody have any comments or questions of the mayor? How shall we treat this?
Consent.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, welcome Human Resources Director.
I say something a minute, so
Oh,
I know we said consent, however, Mr. Perfume, did I say that right?
Yeah.
Perfume. He has a really nice resume and a really,
Are you talking about Chance right now?
yes.
Okay, that's not up yet. That's the next one.
Oh, that's an,
A2.
Yeah.
oh, all right. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
That was the Civil Service Commission.
Oh, the Civil Service Commission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
My apologies.
that's okay. Next up is Mayor, is Tamika here? Oh. I don't see her.
She's in panelist because her camera's off and muted right now. You'll have to.
Okay, Tamika, can you unmute, please?
I'm here.
Okay, great. So Tamika Stewart's here to present item A3, confirmation of appointment of Chance Perfume as Public Works and Utility Director at pay band 22, rate 2 of the 2026 Management Professional Confidential and Fiduciary Salary Plan. Did you want to say a few words?
So sorry, this is my first time doing this, so I don't know what all the steps are, what I need to say and what you want me to say. But just echoing what you just said, that I am here to present the appointment or confirmation of Chance to the Director of Public Works and Utilities. I provided to you guys his comprehensive resume. I think the last person who was just speaking kind of gave a little spoiler alert about the unique qualifications that he brings to the position. Chance was interviewed with the panel of directors. He was the most qualified candidate out of the selection of applicants that we did have. We contracted with Prothman Services to conduct that nationwide search. And so in addition, he also met with Council President Rebolowski, Vice President Frey, and Councilmember Christy Camrata as part of the process. So I think that's all I have.
So First, I'm going to ask if Christy or Denise have any comments that they want to make regarding.
Sure. I have had the opportunity to work with Chance now for a few years, and I have found him to be very easy to work with, a great problem solver, and think out of the box, minimizing stress levels at different points, whether it's in the system or with people. I've been pretty darn impressed. And to add to that, the experience, I think there might have been, a mistake made here or there, during the process. But you know how I'm about process. It's all about the process. So I'm a lot more sensitive to that than most. And the bottom line is, I really do think that Chance, you're the best candidate for the position at this time. Who else to lead Public Works? I fully support the mayor in this decision.
Christy, did you have anything you wanted to
Sure.
add?
I think that in sitting, and it wasn't an interview, but it was a panel, and we had questions for Chance, and I was very impressed with the fact that he was sitting before people who he has known. That's always difficult in that kind of environment when you're being asked those questions and you're trying to inform somebody. I think it was especially hard because with Jane and Denise on the panel, they have a lot more knowledge of a lot of these things, and Jane with Public Works in general, that I did not bring to the table. However, when he was answering the questions, I felt like he did a really good job of answering the question, but also stating some of the terminology, kind of helping me understand that he was answering the question well, because if it's not your expertise, it gets very intimidating in that. So he did an amazing job. And then as a side note, my 10-year-old reads through the packets on Friday nights with me. And so I slid the phone over to him and I said, check out this resume. Would you hire this guy? And he went through it and he goes, I'm really glad he didn't run for city council because his resume is bigger than yours. And I was like, I got you there. So it was an impressive resume to read, but then also sitting in the room for the interview, it was a very impressive interview as well. So
Okay.
we're not interviewed, we just chatted.
Yeah, so to clarify for everybody that the mayor picks the candidate that he would like, and we confirm. So now, do other council members have some comments or questions? Anna, go ahead.
Thanks. You all know, I think this is a great choice. From a fiscal standpoint, you remember that at least 2 years ago, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, interim Public Works Director Bertha, theirs was one of the very few departments that the then stormwater element of the comprehensive plan that was produced in-house with no consultant cost at a time when the transportation element was costing us over $500,000. So I think Chance runs a tight ship. He runs a thrifty ship. And he came up in what is the least sexy part of Public Works, stormwater and wastewater, which argues real dedication to the job. I think this is an excellent choice. We cannot do better. Thank you.
Thanks. Jennifer?
I don't think Chance is gonna be running for city council anytime soon or any elected position, and let me tell you why, because no, this is gonna, no, correct.
in Bremerton.
Well, he doesn't live in Bremerton, that's why, but.
Oh, good, I'm safe.
So I think that something I've appreciated before you came on as interim is when there's been issues or there's been mistakes that have made, you've come and talked to us about mistakes and reflected upon that and improved on that. And that's why I don't think you'll ever be an elected official, because you admit when you're wrong. But anyway, I think this is a great choice. So thank you for stepping up to this. So thank you.
Rick or Michael? Michael, go ahead.
I will join the list.
Oh.
I think my first interaction with Chance was more as a homeowner and stormwater, plenty sexy. And anyways,
I think so.
from that interaction, you know, through our most recent, I just think you're a great candidate, and I'm excited for this, for you. I support it.
Rick, do you have some comments?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm fine. I
Okay.
got it.
Well, my first interaction with Chance too is as a homeowner. He gave me directions on how to disconnect all my downspouts from the system. And since we've disconnected 99.9% of stormwater from sewer, we're doing much better in the city. And I appreciate all the different jobs that Chance has had, and the cleanup of Kitsap Lake is just amazing and would not have happened without Chance's background. And I feel since he's been working as the interim that he is a really good change agent, because he is looking to people that have been here for a long time and suggesting that they look at things in a different angle. And I think that's a really good quality for somebody to have. And I appreciate the work you're doing for us, Chance, very much. So, general business or consent? General.
That was my comment. I think the public deserves to hear what we just heard. Some of
And I
the
think-
accolades that Chance so richly deserves.
Mhm.
I'll be happy to
Too.
take part in the Love Fest too, I hope.
Do we usually do that with like wait, open up for, well, I guess it's not gonna be Berkeley.
I don't understand what your question is.
Do we normally, well, there's,
No,
I don't think we normally subject an
City employee.
employee in any, yeah, new
Okay.
hire. Kinda,
is it open for public comment?
yeah,
Well, there's no pub.
Well, there is public comment.
Yes.
even on consent, well, right now, there's no difference, I suppose.
Tanika and
But I think
Kylie.
historically, I don't think that we put somebody out there so that people could come up and say, but we're not doing.
Yeah, we
Tanika's
have.
nodding her head.
We have in the past,
Well, I'm the one that said general.
but I feel consent is fine, and people have the opportunity to send us emails before
Okay.
the formal vote anyway. So, but thank you, Chance. Thank you, Tamika. Appreciate it. Okay, next up.
Well, hold on a minute. No, we have a process here. I said general.
Oh, you said general?
And then, so there's a process too, if we want to have it go back on to consent, we had discussion. So then either I need to withdraw it, or we need to have two people who want to.
Two people
So I'm
have to say
withdrawing
they
it.
want to move it to general.
I'm gonna officially withdraw that suggestion, and I'm okay with consent. Does anybody else?
Anybody else have a problem with consent? No. Consent. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, welcome Internal Services Manager Matt Donlicott here to present items A4 and A5.
Good evening. So I believe the first one up is the purchase of a new 12-yard international dump. So this purchase is included in the 2026 approved budget. No additional funds are required. We'll be utilizing the Washington State DES contract for this purchase. Total purchase price is $315,717.19. So the truck that we're looking to replace is Forestry's dump truck. It's worked well for them in the past. Recently, it's just had a lot of unreliability issues with wiring and the engine. So we were trying to figure out a solution for them. One of the most crucial roles this truck plays is in the hot summer months. They slip in a water tank, and it just sits out there ready to respond to forest fires. There's other uses forestry has, but that's just one of the most vital. So over the last 4 years, Sean Walsh, forestry manager, has set aside $60,000 a year to help fund this purchase. So he's saved $240,000. The remaining funds will come out of the ER&R. We will equip this truck with the same capabilities as our street department trucks for snow removal. We will not be purchasing a plow or sander. It'll just be set up so if one of the streets guys or one of their dump trucks goes down, they can grab this one and connect to our current equipment. I'm available to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Rocky, have any questions?
It was Enzo.
Oh, okay, so,
No, I had to go through the spec sheet because he was randomly making me Google things on here. So, no, we're good.
Okay.
does anybody else have
Yeah.
any?
I was just going to say that it went through Public Works Committee and was discussed fully, and it just commend you for moving things around, so we get what we need when we need it. Good job.
Thank you.
So okay. So can we talk about the fiscal impact? Is there a fiscal impact? And if not, if so, what more on that?
So the 240 that Sean saved,
Mhm.
so that's set aside. The ER&R, which I know Mike's ready to jump.
I'm ready.
He wants to jump in on ER&R and kind of how that works. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so what Sean said aside, I mean, you could
Because it's not like really detailed in this, I can't use my touch
So
screen.
fiscal impacts for everything's coming out of the 510 fund, which is our reserve fund. That's previously funded year over year over year for replacement. So there's two different vehicles, they can just do both vehicles, right, working on something.
No, just one dump
Which
truck.
one? Dump truck.
Dump
So
truck.
this is The dump truck, so, for which, or,
We're replacing the water dump truck, using the replacement funds from that, and then
Yeah.
just kind of organizationally shifting those around.
yeah, so, reserve set on the vehicle, the replacement vehicle, so out what the length of life is and what an inflator is every year. So we're putting money away for that. If there's a one that maybe hasn't been in reserve, they've been we set that reserve up year over year to fund in advance. So these funds are all coming out of 510. They've been set aside year over year to replace the asset this year.
When you say 510,
That is our equipment reserve fund. We pay
equipment
ourselves.
reserve, ERR, is that what ERR is? Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're putting money away to fund the future purchases of replacement equipment. And so the full 315, 717, 19 is coming out of ERR?
Right.
Okay. So the fiscal impact really is, this is what the reserve fund is for. And then the other equipment is going to be surplus. Which equipment is going to be surplus?
Forestry's dump truck will go away. We'll surplus that either at public auction or online auction.
Okay, so the forestry dump truck that's going to be surplus.
Going away.
But not, okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
So do you want to treat this item as consent or general business?
Consent.
Okay, next up, purchase of a Vector 2115i pump truck.
So, this is for the purchase of the 2115i Vector truck. So just a little side note, maybe, I know that there's a couple new council members, but early in 24, I came and presented another Vector truck that we purchased. We received that 2 weeks ago. So it took over 20 months to receive.
Mhm.
So the one that I'm talking about replacing tonight, we're gonna have it for a while longer. But so this is also included in the approved 2026 budget. No additional funds are required. Using the Washington State DES contract to make this purchase as well. Total purchase price is $709,908.47. So this will be replacing our 2009 Vector truck on the sewer storm crew. It's met the replacement criteria for cost to repair and hours. The cost to repair, the last couple of years, we've seen an uptick in maintenance costs. We've spent a little over $30,000 to do maintenance and repairs on this truck. And then the hours, I pulled it again today, hasn't been driven much. It's just over 14,000 hours, which using 25 miles an hour as kind of like the factor, that's about 350,000 miles. It weighs to. Excuse me. So this new Vector will be the twin to the one that we just received. It'll have all the same safety features and capabilities. Did talk to the crew today about it and they're loving it. It's working great for them. So I know they're going to be happy to get rid of this old one and get another new one in 20 months.
do we have a group on?
I do have a question on that. How much more is this one going to be than the last one, seeing as it's 2
I
years?
was ready for this. $4,000.
4,000? Man, that's a gift.
The DES contract, the chassis didn't go up in price. Only a few of the components that we're adding to it went up. So yeah,
Kind of unbelievable.
I expected a lot more.
Denise, I don't see you. Do you have any questions?
No, again, this came through Public Works Committee. There might be committee members who do.
Okay. Does anybody on council have any questions about this purchase?
No.
How should we treat this? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're welcoming Parks and Recreation Director Tim Barker here to present item A6.
Okay, this is an item that's come to you. I've mentioned it in other presentations recently related to Kitsap Lake Park. So we were anticipating receiving the grant contract with the State Department of Commerce for a grant that we had applied for last year for Kitsap Lake Park. So the grant total received or to be received would be $311,370. So this is to, as far as funding, to essentially replace REAP money that was originally put into the budget as part of this project, with the hope that eventually we were going to have some grant funding to recover those REAP dollars. And so we're able to do that with this grant that was received last year. So that's a big positive. The other part of this agenda item is we would be needing to amend the total budget for the project because of the dollar amount related to this grant that puts us over the original grant, the original project amount of $2,015,704 and amend that to $2,121,704. So not a huge difference. And of the 300,000 that was originally funded through REAP, 220,370 of that would be returning back to REAP to be able to be used on different projects. So
Love it.
yeah.
So was this discussed in the Parks, Parking, Finance, and whatever else committee?
The best committee ever.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
I-
and there was a reminder yesterday. We talked about it last month, but we had anticipated getting the contract a few weeks ago, and so we did bump it back, come into council.
Yeah, and it's associated with the playground, correct? Really
Yeah,
tall. It was green.
Yep, playground and the irrigation.
Great. Does anybody have any comments, questions?
And just to clarify, there is a fiscal impact, but not really, because the amount that you're increasing it is being covered by this Department of Commerce grant. Okay, cool. So really, you just made us some money and you returned money to REIT. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Found some.
sorry, and sorry to hear about someone wanting money.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you more.
I mean, and that's why you're our favorite director. We need to throw Director Barker some love
Oh,
too
yeah.
here. Nice work. Thank you. We like that. And I love the idea that we're putting more back into REIT because we found so many creative ways to use that for affordable housing. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, just real quick.
Sure.
I just wanted to say it's great to be getting the money back. That's echoing Councilor Chamberlain's comments. That money gets pillaged for so many things, so thank you again for returning it. And well done on the new match. Very nice.
Love that.
Yeah. Thanks.
I think that is huge to highlight the fact that this money, you had the budget, it was there. This was going above and beyond to find resources outside of the city and then paying those resources back that were placeholders. That I think that's incredible to do that and appreciate it very much.
Sure. Yeah, my understanding initially with the REIT funding was to get the project moving forward. And obviously, but pre-applying for grants, you never know whether you'll receive anything or not. So, yeah, kudos to our lobbyists down in Olympia as well, Brian McConaughey helping out with this grant.
Yeah, great.
Wonderful.
So how should we treat this item? Okay, great. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
So, Nick. Okay. Welcome Engineering Project Manager Nick Atai here to present item A7.
Good evening, council.
Oh, you're here. It says you're online.
Because he's gotta share his,
Yeah, I'm gonna continue to break the ice with my presentation.
you know, we love your PowerPoints, friend. Thank you.
A7.
Why am I not finding it?
There we go.
What page does this begin on? We have,
I'm still looking for it.
I'm seeing the
Page 300 and
what was that?
I've got 73, 394.
Oh, good gracious. Okay, 73. It's way too far.
There should be an icon right
All
here.
fonts. I think you should just weigh in on all fonts.
Look at the fonts are.
I like that.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that's
Okay,
good.
well, this is new.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
font.
Got it.
all right, are we good to go?
We're good to go.
Okay. All right, so this is a follow-up from the presentation I provided last month. This is for the contract modification with HDR for the 6th Street Active Transportation Project. This was presented to the Public Works Committee on the 17th. This is basically a verbatim, really short presentation from what was presented at the Public Works Committee meeting. And this will be on the council agenda next week. So just a quick recap, kind of how we got to where we are. So if you may recall, back in July of 2024 is when we executed our initial contract with HDR to begin the concept engineering and outreach for the project. In April of 2025, after the first open house for that project, we had come to the council with kind of a full package to get it through the remaining design. At that point, the direction from council was for us to do some additional concept design and do another public meeting. That was modification number 2. We've had a couple of no-cost time extensions over the end of last year. So this is contract modification 5, and this again is for the full design services through the construction phase of the project. So the negotiated not to exceed cost is just over $386,000. That brings the aggregate contract value to just over $700,000. The project schedule for this is pretty critical, so I wanted to spend just a little bit of time going through this. So what I want to point out is we are targeting next spring to start construction on this project. So our goal is to have this project completed by the end of next summer. In order to do that, we've got a pretty tight crunch to get the design completed to hit a bid date towards the end of this year. That'll align that with the construction window for next year. Obviously, due to the scope of the project, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen during the warm, dry weather. So not as flexible as maybe some other projects, something we can start. This amendment does require a budget adjustment with the motion. So I kind of caught from the periphery Tim's presentation. So what I wanted to explain with this is we've come up with a pretty good strategy. So WashDOT has been a great partner on this project as our grant funding agency. So we have received written confirmation from the state that they will allow us to tap into the awarded grant funds for the remaining preliminary engineering costs, which would include essentially this amendment from HDR. The council motion for the budget amendment is basically a stopgap, right? So we are in the process of getting that funding authorized through the state. That process can take up to 2 to 3 months. So in order to meet the target schedule for this project, a budget adjustment is needed, at which point we will get the funding authorization from the state and start billing the remaining expenses to the grant. So again, that strategy focuses on advancing the project design immediately. And ultimately, I think what that's going to do is it's going to result in additional money going back potentially into the general fund, once we get that grant funding authorized. So kind of confusing, but that's kind of the strategy that we developed to kind of circumvent the
the need to delay this contract potentially for our construction. And that's my presentation. So I will stop sharing and take questions.
First up, let's talk to the Public Works Chair, Denise Fry.
Yeah, Nick, congratulations. You know, I think the timeline doesn't really include all the work done before that. I mean, what year was this a gleam in the city's eye, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was, the 2007 non-motorized plan, right? So this project has been a vision for a while.
Yeah, yeah. I can't believe that we're where we are now. And you know, I do know that there has been a lot of support shown by the community. Once again, you know, you've engaged the community a lot in this process. Um, I remember saying when I first came on council, engagement shouldn't be just checking boxes, you know, it should be real engagement. And I think you really have excelled with not only listening, engaging the community, but then actually, you know, considering implementing some changes as we went along. So I think overall the advocacy, you know, cycling community, multimodal community is really happy with this. And I know that there were some protections taken out. I do feel confident that if you would, Nick, just explain how you work with departments like the fire department or the police department on something like this.
Yeah. So, we have continued to collaborate, not only with the fire department, the DPD, and I think, I want to just remind everyone that, it feels like we've done a lot of design, but this is still a concept design, right? I mean, we have really good clarity, but, a lot of that collaboration continues over the course of the project. And I think, we hopefully, I think Chief McGaney had sent out a message to the council earlier this month, kind of clarifying that, what was in the recommendation was only 28% less than what was presented at the last meeting, and also the willingness to continue to look at some of those areas further during design, and try to strike some sort of balance between their concerns and the public's desires as far as what this building looks like. So it's just a relationship, right? And in the absence of hard standards and policies, sometimes just kind of working through those specific challenges and understanding perspectives and understanding aligning with the goals of the project. I mean, that's what we try to navigate, right? It's not always going to result in the most popular decision, but it's the work happening behind the scenes that a lot of people don't get to see, that we are going to continue to advocate for and make sure this project is successful.
Anybody else on Public Works Committee have questions? Let's go with the Public Works Committee. Oh, you're on it.
Well, so
I forgot. Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. I am not going to touch the T-sticks. I feel very certain that Council President Revelowski will cover that. I do hope that you will explain to the rest of council, as you did during Public Works Committee, why there have been 3 separate time extensions at no cost. Why so much time has passed and now we have to really hurry up. So you explained that beautifully, and please do that again.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So when we develop contracts, and this is for any professional services contract, there's a term on the contract, and that's based on an estimated deliverable schedule, right? So on projects like this project where you've got a lot of public outreach, and things are kind of fluid, a little bit more fluid. We have kind of trusted the public process, and we wanted to take time to make sure we were digesting information and being able to present information in a way that didn't feel rushed, right? So that was kind of the result of the few time extensions. Obviously, the late last year, we've got some new council members, so, strategically, it made sense to kind of hold off on some of those discussions until we had some new council members here. So, those are kind of some of the reasons that we adjust the schedule. And from a contract standpoint, we always want our contracts to be, not past the term, right? So those are what we call no call.
And just to clarify, the last time this came before council was April 2025, and that was when you made a decision to have 2 time extensions until the new councilors should be elected.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Oh, thank you.
Obviously,
I'm
and to
sorry.
go through all the
I was
feedback
thinking
that
about
we
what you
received.
said. I
Yeah.
forgot to say thank you.
Is that it, Anna?
Yeah, I'm all done.
Okay, Jennifer?
Mike, what are the ways that well, anybody can really answer this that knows. I'm just calling you out because you're, I know, don't hide behind Chief McGinnis. What are the ways that TransCap can generate revenue?
There's multitude of ways. So grants, number one, that's sort of our transportation capital fund. That's where all our transportation grants go into. Two, there's a multimodal tax in that fund. We have stormwater utility tax that is in that fund, about $1.8 million. And then there's other small fees, also the transportation benefit district money that is needed in that fund as well.
Is it depleted?
No.
Can you,
But I guess what is your question?
yeah, it's about REIT. And so why do we have to decrease REIT and TransCap?
REIT is a significant portion of the budget for the transportation element. It's always been our first go-to for match. It's our largest source. So everything else gets used for other purposes that REIT isn't eligible for. So.
Okay, all right, thank you for explaining that. I'll probably ask again.
Any other questions on the other side?
I'll look for you as well.
Well, obviously, I was not here during the deliberations on this and arriving at maybe the 11:59th hour. But in the short time I've been involved, I do not believe that we have taken into account concerns of the Navy, concerns of the latest respondents that I brought up last time. And the comment was made that, oh, well, those were a lot of folks that weren't in Bremerton. Well, I went back and counted the zip codes, and 75 of them were 98337, and 50 of them were 98312. Total only 24 were non-Bremerton zip codes. I also, 6th Street we just got it back. Probably the material condition of 6th Street, I suspect, is the highest street in the entire city as far as public works and conditions of streets, which compared to like Perry Avenue, we're using money here that could be used to repair other streets. And we know there are, and I'm not sure that, I'm not sure how much of the money has not been spent, but of the 6 meetings I've been involved in so far, we've asked for more money for this project three times.
Is it the same money? It's been 150. Like you did a different presentation since we've been here. This is the same money, correct? Or is this?
From last month?
Yeah.
Last month was not focused on the contract, more so of recommendation and the kind of the overall budget. The construction cost is a little bit under budget, which is why we come up with this strategy to tap into our grant funding to cover the remaining engineering costs. Right. So,
but I feel like these numbers were presented with that same thing, that you were hoping that the grant was going to say yes, and now the grant in writing has said yes.
potentially, I'm not recalling that from last month, but.
The other comment, 2 more, and then I'll be quiet. When I've asked, there's not a single penny. I mean, we talk about this being pedestrian safety, but there's not a single penny associated with sidewalk improvements other than maybe adjacent to intersections and a few curb cuts. But like the sidewalks in front of the Guitar Center down at the base of 6th Street, Kitsap Transit is now located. it just seems as if, um, I'm all for pedestrian safety and public safety is certainly very high on my list. But, just not seeing it as far as, this street and maybe I just don't see the vision and you could help me convince it and you don't need my vote anyway. So it doesn't matter what I think, frankly.
Well, it
But
does.
I also believe that, at least in my district, because I have done, some outreach there, it's not supported. And perhaps it's because my district and your district, actually, Anna, we see Kitsap Way and the money that was spent on Kitsap Way and the very infrequent users of that highway. So I won't speak for you, okay, but for, many of the folks in my district come down to Kitsap Way on a frequent basis. And so anyway, let me see if I have anything else. I don't know whether it's time to take a step back. I mean, we're up to $1 million here of general fund money, not including the grant money. And how much of it has been spent, I don't know. Maybe it's way too late to take a step back, but that's all. That's all my comment. That's the end of my. Just a second. Anyway, thank you.
Michael?
Well, as far as material condition of Sixth Street, like this has been planned to follow the resurfacing project. In fact, that might have been some of what even moved it up. So one of the things they've done, for instance, is all the striping on the 3 new sections of Sixth Street is all just paint, not the heat plastisol kind of,
Thermoplastic.
Thank you. You seem like you know what you're talking about. And I think there's huge pedestrian improvements by having the bike lanes as a buffer between the vehicle traffic, because I live on Sixth. So
right, I know.
And to walk literally out my front door, and then to not have a car 5 feet from the edge of the curb, I think is a huge pedestrian improvement. And some of what we did when we did the resurfacing was redo curb cuts and ADA accessibility pieces for that. But I do think that first of all, like this project's been going for a very long time, and we are, like you said, at the kind of the 11th hour. I do think there's I've not seen, like I believe maybe people have said this to you, but we've not seen like an overwhelming amount of people who just think the project's a bad idea. People think that what's that?
The feedback I've gotten, I'm with them.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm just saying that that's not what the field in the 8 years that I've been talking about this. It's more about how best to do it and how to get the best solution out of it. Folks, I can tell you that it's a neighborhood, and Sixth Street cuts through a neighborhood.
Breaks it in half.
And the street was definitely overbuilt at some point. And I think this is a great way to literally bring neighbors together, let folks on the north side of Sixth Street access Kiwanis Park, let the students that live on the south side of Sixth Street get to the high school easier. I was a little, I was skeptical, about traffic, right? Because, the unintended consequences, I often worry about it. And, but there's, you probably know, there's this Iowa DOT illustrated video that talks about throughput on a change from I don't know, whatever, the 2 to a center turn lane. So that really made me feel pretty good on that. Do I love every component of this? No. Do I think what tomorrow looks like is better than what today looks like? Yes. And that's the biggest thing that I like to think that we're doing here as a council is we're building something better. And, there is this vision that from your district, through your district, into my district, through your district, and into your district, from Kitsap Way all the way down 6th Street, you'll be able to sort of multimodal travel that. And we can't do it overnight. We have to do it in pieces. So we got the resurfacing done. Now's the time to do this. We've gotten a ton of input. Again, what we're really seeing mostly is people who want this and want it to be the best. And, I really still support this. And I really think that, it's possible that some of these costs have been because we've had to pause and take time to get more input and things like that. But
I'm going to cut in really quick because I want to add one thing. The long term, it's going to extend over the Warren Avenue Bridge as well into multimodal once that's built. Into District 1 and 2.
Oh, well,
But that's
what
like
a
the
wonderful
long-range
segue.
plan.
where's this?
Can I, Tom? Okay, it's my turn.
Okay.
First off, I'm not sure if everybody realizes, but 1/3 of people with Bremerton addresses and zip codes do not live in Bremerton. 1/3. So just keep that in mind. The Navy worked with us on the joint compatibility study, and they did not tell us to get rid of this project.
And they showed up
And
at meetings, at the council meeting, and talked about it. They had some, like, one intersection concern kind of thing.
mhm.
It's a freight corridor, isn't it? That's what the.
Every road in Bremerton is a freight corridor. If it's a arterial or a collector, basically it's a freight corridor. They're all on the map. Burwell, 6th, 11th, Warren, they're all freight corridors. So I have a couple questions for you, Nick. When you're talking about engineering design services, so is that just the preparation of plans and specifications, or is that part of construction services when we're actually, like, if there's a change order that has to happen?
It's both. So I believe the contract is in the packet, and I think there was like 30-something thousand dollars of that contract that was allocated for construction services that, as needed, if there's some engineering related design change we have to make during construction, that's for that type of support.
Okay, and then you're pretty confident that the construction costs that you put into the grant are actually going to be lower, and that's why you're able to take money for
Yes.
the rest of the
Yes, we
design.
double, triple check that before we reached out to WashDOT. So we're very comfortable with cost, obviously with, what we call contingency, is, kind of a buffer until we get further in the design. But yeah. We're in good shape. And, honestly, I think that's the silver lining of this, is that WashDOT's stepped up and committed to helping us fund the remaining engineering costs.
Yeah, a project that's been in the works for 19 years. So I'd like to talk about T-sticks, the white plastic sticks. So it's my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, there's different ways to install them. They can either be glued down or bolted down into the underlying concrete. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I have a really big concern that we haven't put any more T-sticks on Washington, right? And so when there's this future promise that maybe someday, if we decide, or some people decide that it's not a problem, that then we'll put some in, I don't understand why we can't just put glue downs, and if they're a problem, it's easy to remove. It's not going to damage the pavement like a bolt down would. I mean, I think the bolt downs in certain places are really needed, but it appears that a lot of them could be glue downs where there's concerns that they may impact somebody.
Yeah, and we're actually looking at a post that has a wider base, plastic base at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
specifically, west of Warren, right? But those are going to provide more of a, physical type protection, and those we wouldn't be able to glue down. Those we would have to pull down. But you're talking about like the ones that we have on Washington Avenue. Those can be glued down or bolted down. Not sure. That would be a streets probably discussion on what their preferences as far as maintenance. And, they're going to get damaged over time, just like other agencies have seen. So,
But the ones on Washington right now, those are glue downs, aren't they?
I believe so.
Appear to be. So when you say that the ones you're looking at have a wider base, are they going to impact the bike lane itself? Are they going to make the bike lane narrower because the base is so wide, or are we just talking extra inches into
We're
it?
talking extra inches. I mean, this is it's called a tough curve is the product that we're looking at, but it would be within the buffer area of the bike line.
Okay, in the buffer. All right, so at what point are you going to make the final decision of where T-sticks get installed or not?
So what we'll do is as soon as we get approval on this contract, HDRs, they're gonna have to get some spot survey out there in the field, just to pick up areas where there's not survey. We have a lot of survey from projects we've done. Once we get that dimensional information, then that's where we'll probably re-engage, coordinate with emergency services to kind of work through and figure out, where we could potentially get some additional posts in. I know, the areas where we have the parking protected bike lanes, that's already an area that we will put in the post. It wasn't reflected in the drawing, but there will be protection through there because it's the parking area, right? So we want to make sure there's delineation between the parking and the bike lane. And then we'll work with fire and BPD to make sure that any additional delineators don't put us out of compliance with any fire codes, anything like that. But I think it sounds like there's some potential to get some spot improvements in there. Maybe we put them at wider spacings, maybe we focus on corners. I think there's all sorts of ideas. We just gotta work through the process. And as we do with a lot of our design projects, we'll continue to publish updates and project information. And I know there's a lot of engaged stakeholders, so I know we'll get a lot of feedback. Even though we don't have any other public meetings planned, we still expect that we will be getting input from the public and sharing information about this.
Yeah, and one other point I'd like to make is you can't compare Kitsap Way bike lanes to what is being proposed on 6 because there's not one item of protection. There's paint, and that's it. I mean, I've ridden my bike on Kitsap Way a couple times. I hate it. It's horrible. And I would say most of the folks that live in District 7, they don't have to get around on a bike, where a lot of people who live down in the more urbanized areas of Bremerton, families are moving in with one car or no car, using cargo bikes. So we're trying to find a way so that people can safely get from Charleston to downtown, which right now they don't have. And they don't really have a safe way to go up Kitsap Way. I mean, there's paint. Hopefully someday we get some real protection in there, but it's apples and oranges trying to compare those two, what Nick's plan is versus what exists on Kitsap Way. Anybody else have any questions right now? Denise?
Yeah. I just, I was thinking about what Rick said, and, our council has changed. There's still some of us who are very pro multimodal transportation, and I kind of see it as opportunity too. We don't know how much longer we're going to have specialized funding for non-motorized or active transportation. So it's taking advantage of things, but certainly my district is going to be impacted by multimodal transportation plans with the bridge. View Ridge is all about that. And so, connecting all of these things, we're going to have council support for the active transportation plan and what's in it and the recommendations. And, we've got two council members who haven't been involved in those discussions. And I fear that if we just, attack it project by project as it comes up, it may not resolve this. It's going to come up every time. So I want to point that out, that I think I'm feeling maybe a little bit of political change on the council, but that shouldn't undermine the work that's already been done and is in the planning stages, like the bridge. I saw that Shane Weber is on the call. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Does anybody else have any additional comments, Christine?
You haven't gone yet, so it's your turn.
That's okay.
You haven't gone.
Oh, okay. So with this, I have one clarification for you and one question. Which one you want first?
Clarification.
Okay, so, the clarification wasn't something you said. Okay, there we go. Everyone's back. With that clarification that, Anna had just brought up the fact that April of 2025, and I'm not holding you to that date, but there was a date in 2025 that it was decided that perhaps we should wait for whoever was going to be filling these chairs. In doing that, kind of questioning what we were waiting for, because when we saw you the last time, we had discussed where I'm not one to expend energy where, nothing's going to get done. So I asked you, has the train left the station on design, on these things? And it was, confirmed that yes, having input on anything like that, the train has left the station. We can't go back to where we were at, having to do with the design portions of it. So knowing that portion of it, what were you waiting for us for? Because it kind of seems like this is the first thing that we're seeing with this. And was it just to pay a bill? Because right now, what's on the table with this is the $150,000 that absolutely needs to be paid, because that is something that's happening with this contract. And it's more, we found this pot of money as a stopgap placeholder, if you will, until we can get it this way. So what were we waiting for? Whoever was going to be in this chair, because you guys didn't know it was us.
So last April was the last time that this council approved a contract modification for this contract. We've had other interactions with council as far as briefing and updates. We just had our last open house, last fall, right? And we got a lot of input. So as we were digesting that, we were trying to figure out, okay, well, when is the best time to take this in front of the council? It was getting towards the tail end of the year. So we made a decision to kind of pause, spend some more time going through the information when we came back last month to present the public input we received, develop our staff recommendation in front of, the full council, right? So that was kind of the way the time frame was set up. It was all based on when we had the last open house, making sure we got the input, making sure we had time to consume that input, develop the staff recommendation, and present the full information to the council.
So it's more like an October, November.
Think of
Okay.
the bands down.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the challenging
Okay.
part to
Doesn't
all
matter.
of this is it's difficult not having an opinion on something, because again, the train has left the station. So that is energy to go towards absolutely nothing. But that is the portion, just understanding where we're at right now with this. The question that I have for you is, you had said that you triple check the budget and all of this stuff. If we are approving this with the thought that we are going to use this pot of money right now, and we have written confirmation that it will be, that's what we're doing today, because that's the cash we have. And then when you get this grant, this will be paid back. When is the plan for paying this back so that we can ensure that we're getting this money back into the REAP program? Because it goes into the construction cost, right? So if you are looking at paying it back at the end, your construction budget, it's going to change. I mean, things always happen. It's crazy. But is this something that we could design to get this money back into the REAP thing, and then construction happens?
Yeah, I mean, that would be probably a discussion with.
Can I answer that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the money hasn't left the account. So the money is still, when we originally started our design effort, council approved a $700,000 budget for Marine. I think it was only for the project. But it doesn't leave the account until we expend it. We haven't expended it yet. So what we have expended, I think, is 380,000 or something at this point out of REAP from that budget. So now going forward with the rest of the design, we'll be using that grant money, so we won't be expending REAP. And if we are right, and our budget is, robust, and the construction doesn't go past our grant amount, then we never took that money out of REAP. So it's not like it's been pulled out and needs to go back in. It's just been allocated for it, but it's still.
Yeah,
in
so
the
it's
account.
being earmarked until we know
Right.
what the construction looks like, and then all the construction happens, and we're really hoping that the construction is like on budget. But if it's not on budget, we've earmarked this money, and this money will then be used for that purpose, because that's what we're agreeing to today.
So
A
if
year and a half,
we need
2
another
years.
budget adjustment. So when we do bids, when we get bids,
Mhm.
and if the bids exceed the budget that we have allocated with this grant and that $380,000 of REAP, if we go beyond that need,
Mhm.
when we open bids, then we'll probably be requesting a budget adjustment, and we'll be trying to reallocate the REAP funds that we freed up, but now we need some of that back. Hopefully that doesn't happen, right? Like hopefully we've saved the project, $300,000 of REAP expenditure, and the rest is all grant, and it's better than where we started.
Mhm.
But you don't know until you get bid. You never know until you get bids, right? For sure.
Yeah.
That's when you really know.
I mean, our goal is still to deliver this project with the original $700,000 that's allocated, right? Like this is,
Or less.
or less, right? So this is really
I
just
mean-
to keep the contract moving, because now this contract becomes an encumbrance liability, right, that exceeds the budget. So, that's the strategy that we developed with the Washtenaw grant.
Pardon? Stick with the question.
Okay.
Rick, go ahead.
The T6. I haven't heard it from you. I've heard it from surrogates, I don't call them. But there's gaps for every driveway, correct?
Correct.
There's also a buffer zone for bus stops.
Correct.
I saw curb cuts at most of the bus stops on, so paratransit can get up to the curb, and then there's also the other gaps that would be in their driveways, bus stops,
Intersections.
well, yeah, intersections, of course, and how about like waste management? Have you?
Yeah, we work with Waste Management. They're not thrilled with the idea of putting in delineators, but they have said operationally they'll be okay. It's going to impact the way they trucks. There's not a whole lot of curbside construction on 6th Street, but
It's mostly down beyond it's beyond Benita from what
yeah,
I've
there's
seen.
a pocket near Washington. There's a pocket,
Between Benita and Warren is where I've seen most of it.
Yeah.
That they're on the.
But yeah, we
on the
coordinated with
sidewalk.
Waste Management, and again, it's just gonna obviously people, they have to maybe stop in the lane of traffic for a little bit longer to just go get the bin, park it, and we'll move on.
And the delivery trucks are just gonna block the roadway.
Well, they're not supposed to stop there anyway.
Yeah, they
They
would
will.
either use a side street or, I know there's lots of other cities that, when you have the center turn lane, they'll use the center turn lane deliveries. So.
Okay, I also have to say one more thing, and we mix a lot of terms here: active transportation, multimodal, pedestrian safety. Okay, those things are active transportation. If you look it up, pedestrian and bicycle. Multimodal is transit and ferries. I'm very supportive of multimodal, and in fact, my previous life, we had the largest multimodal program outside of the Washington DC area as far as the transportation incentive program. So there is a big, for me personally, multimodal transit is important to me, and I support that, as do I with pedestrian safety. So all of this contributes to that, then so be it. I guess we'll go from here and see how it works out. And as far as Kitsap Way, whether it's not about usage, it's about um, observation or I don't have the right word, but perception, let's put it that way. There was a whole lot of money spent on Kitsap Way and utilization, whether it's was done properly or not. There was a lot of money spent. And so citizens see that, and we're about to ask them potentially for, tab fees. Are they gonna, are they gonna see what did we spend our money on? And so Kitsap Way has been around for an awful long time, and it's probably OBE, overcome by events now, but it's just the optics of what we do that matters. Matters a lot more than the actual outcome in some instances. It's the optics.
Well, I'm all for cheese sticks on Kitsap Way.
So,
Should have thrown that in there.
thank you.
Budget.
I want one.
Anna, did you
I
have
will
another comment?
support that
I did.
resolution.
So one of the things about Kitsap Way is despite the fact that it's really scary, I drive that going from my place to the park at least 6 days a week. And what I see early in the morning is super not stylish people on super not stylish bicycles going to work. So for me, that may not be perceived by people in elsewhere, but they're there, and that's what they're using it for, is to get to work. Many of them in the whole Auto Center Way complex, because after you pass people day after day for years and years, you start seeing them on their journey. And then the other thing is, T-stick, the complete absence of T-sticks on Kitsap Way is a really good argument for more of them on 6th Street. That was really all I had to say on this. I'm all done.
Jennifer?
I mean, we're gonna have, isn't there gonna be more work up on Kitsap Way come a couple of years from now? It's gonna be a whole, yeah, you didn't want me to bring it up because he's talking about. Anyway, there's two things I just kind of I was intrigued when you talked about waste management. I never thought about that. So like I got into a little debate with waste management about curbside pickup because they require you to be 4 feet away. I was 4 feet away, but anyway, long story short, I won. I didn't win anything. But how are they gonna pick up these vehicles? I mean, how are the vehicles gonna pick up the trash and recycling if they can't? Because what I learned is they need that 4 feet because that's how the machinery goes, like,
So
picks it up.
It's gonna be, from what we've been told by Waste Management, the arm on the truck wouldn't extend far enough to get to the bin on the sidewalk.
Right.
So what they would do, similar to like a bus, when it stops at the bus stop and there's on traffic,
The
they're gonna
person come
stop in the
out.
lane. The driver is gonna exit the vehicle from the
Okay.
passenger side, and they're gonna pull the bin in and grab it, dump it, and then put the bin back. So they didn't have a problem with that. I was surprised they didn't have a problem with that. I guess maybe they experienced that other places. I'm not sure. But it's gonna be a change in the way that they operate. And that's what they told us.
Okay. And you said there's not a lot of curbside collection on 6th Street, which I can see that, because is it mostly collected through the alleyways and such?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a pocket where there's not access for them on the
Sort of
side.
across from start to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we asked them about,
Just that area is basically the only curbside pickup.
Maybe a little bit, across from me, across the street from my house.
I'm thinking about like coming up 6th Street. I mean, all those residences on the right, I don't know, north, south, east, west, whatever, on the left side, as I'm coming up the hill,
That'd be
those folks
south.
are curbside as well, correct? That's tricky over there already. Okay, I was just curious.
and I mentioned Waste Management, and have you, would you consider trying to cluster, have people put their bins in a certain place together? And I guess that's a whole chaotic situation for them to try to.
It probably is.
Put their
Yeah.
bins in,
You know why? Because they video every time they pick up and drop off each one of the addresses to confirm that anyway. And then, Is it? I did not want them to find those. So I put them in my neighbors. So I was also just to kind of honor what Councilor Fry was saying about over at study session, what Denise was saying about I don't think it's a political change. I really appreciate that you're, bringing these things up, Rick, and being intentional about how you're observing our public feedback. So thank you for that. Very, very much appreciated. I think that it is hard to come into this long process without having been part of the process. And we came in not having been part of the full process. We just got a lot of pieces in our term here. And I was able to go to some of these public meetings. And I also, have questioned, some of the surveys and how the fidelity of them, meaning sometimes there were people who could duplicate their answers. They could do the surveys more than once. And what I did hear you say is that you also did look at the zip codes, and those zip codes, the 9312 and the 98337, are pretty specific to the city of Bremerton.
Nope. My address comes in as Gorst,
What is your zip code?
337. And
Okay.
it reads Gorst.
Why are you, listen,
It's
you're still in the
1/3.
city of Bremerton.
It's
Why are you yelling at me? No.
Because it's not true. 337 is not just in the city of Bremerton. A
Maybe
lot of
our
it's in
city-
unincorporated county and Gorst, which is unincorporated.
Unincorporated county. Okay.
I feel this horse is fully dead.
Excuse me. Yeah, and anyway, I feel a little bit I don't know. I don't like being hollered at in my ear about stuff. So thank you very much for your due diligence. Rick, I appreciate that. I can't move down a chair either. Yeah. Okay.
Are there
Yes.
any other,
In essence.
any other comments, questions?
T-sticks. I think the answer is T-sticks for everyone.
I support the contract.
Consent.
Yeah, consent or general business.
Consent.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Consent. But I'm just saying, if you can get this REIT money back in the account at the end of it, ice cream cake. I will take you out. We will get ice cream cakes. It'll be fantastic. I would love to see this money go back if possible. Like, I understand what we're agreeing to with this, but
I will make it happen.
ice cream cake.
I'm on record. So long.
Yeah, like, ice cream cake.
agreeing to a loan. Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
There'll be cake for everybody,
Yeah,
right,
ice cream
Christie?
cake. Just, big ice cream cake.
Very good. Sheet cake.
Consent.
Yeah.
Next up,
Come on.
Nick,
Thank you.
out of here.
Get out of here before we before we call you on something else, sir.
Welcome Financial and Administrative Service Director Mike Riley here to present item A8. Discussion.
There you go. You
Looks good. We're kind of riled up.
Oh, I'm good. No, man. I'm used to being uncomfortable. There we go.
Just the show.
So, thank you, council. So, I have, Ron Morse here, with me, to talk about the potential of, increased vehicle license fee of $20 the car tab fee. So Ron will be able to answer some of the, what his crew is doing currently, some of the things they'll be able to maybe utilize funding for. So, we did present yesterday at the finance committee. We walked through this presentation. I have one additional handout at the end. We'll kind of walk through this potential legislation down at the state level that has impact TBD and what that looks like. We'll talk about that at the end. But I do have a slide, so let me get everything teed up here. All right. Council had a request for us to take a look back. What has the Transportation Benefit District dollars done in the past? And then going forward, what could we do and what would that additional $20 look like? And in addition to that, also want to present under the TBD, what options are available to the city of Bremerton, what are neighbors doing or what are other cities doing? There's two funding sources under TBD. One is the vehicle licensing fees. The other is a sales tax that's available. So, let's jump right in. All right. So, Jenna, we'll kind of go with the background, kind of how we got to where we're at, kind of staffing in streets and how that's grown with our TBD dollars. Looking at a 5-year kind of trend history, what we were able to do with the existing $600,000 a year that we received from the car tab fees, and kind of what's next. So, kind of the background. City of Bremerton established the Transportation Benefit District in February 2009, which established that original $20 vehicle licensing fee that supported local transportation improvement projects. In 2015, the legislature created a provision to allow for a city to absorb the TBD, which was a separate body, which was governed by the same members of our city council, but it gave the city the ability to absorb that into the city function. So the city did that, and effective April 4th, 2016, the city of Bremerton assumed the duties of the Transportation Benefit Board. All right, just a snapshot in the 4 to 5 years of what that $600,000 investment annually has done. Kind of pulling the data, looking at our records, and working with Ron and his predecessor, and also our Kim Seibold, our Public Works Finance Manager, and their team out in Public Works. Able to do 25 lane miles of chip seal from slurry seal. Not sure if everybody knows what that application looks like. We talked about that yesterday with the Finance Committee, but really just a snapshot of visual. If you kind of lay some gravel over the existing roadway, and then they come over with oil-based. Ron could probably give you the particulars. You come over with that an oil-based material, that slurry, and then that kind of brings it all together, and it's a road restoration treatment. You'll see that through. Then they come back and they kind of clean that up, and then they'll restripe and reline the roadway. Ron, you got anything to add to that? Or
yeah, basically a chip seal is more cost effective than doing a pavement overlay. They last 5 to 7 years. You're in and out of there in a pretty short time period. The oil goes down, the rock goes over the top, then you fog seal it, captures all of the other rocks once you have swept it, and it turns it black so it looks like it's new paved road. It helps in the wintertime because it's kind of not a smooth surface, but it helps with traction, and it also it's basically just a new driving surface. So a lot of the other jurisdictions in the state, they all have gone to more of a chip or a slurry seal just to save some money and get more roadway preserved, keep the PCI scores up.
that's perfect. So obviously, we try to get a road maybe before you would completely replace it and then extend the life of it.
Yes.
So
Yeah, you want to catch it where the PCI score is up to 100 to 0 to 100, where 100 is a brand new road. So you want to catch it between 65 to 75, and then it brings the life cycle back up, and then it kind of degrades back down over time. You can go through a road 3 times before you have to actually go in. You're supposed to grind off all the chip seal and then repave the surface, and then that just starts the recycling. We also go in and do the prep work ahead of time. So if there's any spots where the road's really bad, we'll grind that out to the base, compact, re-put new asphalt in, and then crack seal all of the cracks to keep the bigger cracks, to keep the water from going through. The minor cracks, the oil covers, and then it kind of seals off that surface. It keeps the water from going into the road, which is one of the things that helps make a road go bad faster, is water getting underneath the surface, freezing, and then it blows up the road.
Ron, can you talk briefly about some of the roads that have a really low PCI, but there's possibilities with additional funding that you could repair, like north of 15th Street, where we have lots of dips in the road, where you can actually dig out certain sections, put asphalt and then chip seal them to bring a road back up to a
Yeah.
usable
The
PCI.
street department owns an asphalt grinder or cold mill planer.
Mhm.
And that we can go down up to 12 inches with that machine, and it grinds up the asphalt in the road, and then we just bring back the material, bring it up to grade with rock or a base course, and then use the asphalt to put back to the road surface, and then that way it helps repair and brings the scores up
Mhm.
as well. Most of the time, some roads were like a construction site, and they buried all the stumps on the road, and over time, that's
Yeah.
where those depressions come from.
Mhm.
Or they didn't put in a lot of the base force or a top force when they paved it. They just paved over the dirt or clay, and then that helps with trucks, bigger trucks that have vibration. If there's no way for the road to kind of move, it just breaks the road up.
Yeah, I just appreciate how much we can save roads that were considered in the past to be totally unfixable. But now we can fix them if we do proper chip sealing.
Chip sealing, or you can do basically like we did on Cascade Trail. That road was completely probably had a score of like 15.
Yeah.
And we pulverized the whole road and reballasted and paved the whole road. And it was done within 2 days, 3 days. So, and they have a brand new road surface that'll last well longer than most of us are going to be working here in the city. So,
Or alive.
or alive, yeah.
Thank you.
You did, on Osprey Circle, you did an experimental road resurfacing about.
That
3
up
or
in
4
Dockside,
Yeah,
that was prior to my time here. I have been up there to see that. That was a slurry seal. That was done up in that area.
okay,
I have been up to see that.
you have, okay, and that's all I need to know.
I didn't mean to stop you, but go ahead. Oh, Alana, do you have a question about?
I did. Were you finished, Rick? So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, I'm looking at these slides and you're gonna spend, you're planning to spend around 508,000 a year on sidewalks, is that correct?
No.
Okay, hang on, let me go find that thing.
If you want, I'd rather, if you're.
Let's
if you
go
ahead-
get to
if you're
that
gonna go
part.
Ahead, then it'd be good if I can talk about each slide, and what they mean, the context to it.
Okay, if you could, before we get to that, I just want to make sure that everybody at this table understands that this entire presentation is dedicated to how we can make our roads better for vehicles, for motorized vehicles. Whereas TBD, raising the tab fee can also be spent on something that my constituents are clamoring for big time, which is sidewalks. And another thing that they really want is traffic calming. This money can be spent on that or circulator buses. We can do any of those things with these funds. Before we go on, I just want to make sure everybody knows this.
Okay, well, let's let him
Yeah.
move forward because I think he's got some information to give us on those items.
Perfect. So, one thing to note on the chip seal and the
Sure.
program, how we deliver the program, we found over the last few years that, doing that every other year, allows for, greater coverage, more sites to be selected, and lowers the cost per unit, because of mobilization costs. So trying to start to cycle that in every other year budget as we do chip seal. Just want to highlight that because that has been a program we've invested in heavily, each year. What does the crew do in the other years?
Everything else.
So we do the prep work. Well, prior to my time here, the contractor was doing the prep work and then doing the chip seal. We have started doing the prep work, because it's good to let the new asphalt sit for a good period of time so it seals up and you don't have to spend the extra money to fog seal over the new asphalt, because the oil will just sink through on the chip seal and then you lose the rock. But the contractor coming up, whoever wins the contract, they charge a mobilization fee every time they come up. The contractor that we had the last time that ended last year, they came from Reno. So they don't always come up to this area. And when they came up to finish, they only came up because they had to finish the contract with us. They didn't actually want to come up. They wanted to wait till they had more work because it's more beneficial for them as well to have more to do than just 3 or 4 or 5 miles.
So just a good question what you asked. So as we dedicate that 600,000 or 500,000, whatever it is, to a contract, the TBD, that frees up our staff time that was dedicated to maybe TBD work that can do other things. So you've seen our crews go out and do sidewalk work, curb and gutter, all that stuff. If this is being spent there, we can free that stuff up, do other things. The city maybe it isn't exactly on this roadway, but you're seeing that out there. So we get the benefit from sidewalk contracts, but those might be down like collector or arterial, or this money that was moved over here. And now as we've gotten closer into 25 and 26, how those dollars being dedicated are to fund those 4 FTEs and do more in-house work that we can get more bang for our buck. So, and then also you see there's just over 2,600 trip hazard repairs. This includes anything from sidewalk slab jack to crack sealing, all the different, in the roadway you see all the different, like call it glue, it looks like glue all over. All that's done, pothole repairs. It's the Bremerton 1 calls that come in and our crews going out and deploying the work for any kind of repair. All right. So you can see in the orange line that's on the screen, our revenue year over year, the last 5-year look back, that's remained pretty static, $600,000 a year. In 2025 is just shy of like $589,000 collected. And so again, has remained really static over the timeline that we received that. The blue line shows you our spend trends. So we talked about being cyclical in nature. We might have some money here that we kind of held off and did chip seal in 2 years. So we did $1 million instead of half a million dollars. So in 2023, we spent 1.4 million. So a significant spike. Early years, we actually seeded some REAP money in the residential streets fund and did a significant project. So you'll see different spend trends. As we go forward, the dollars in your budget, for your budget in 2026, there's $553,000 is being transferred from transportation capital, where the money, the $600,000 goes into for TBD, transferred into street ops is where our 4 FTEs that are transportation residential street dedicated, that is their labor and salaries. So that gets transferred into the street ops fund annually to cover their labor. So in this slide, you'll see the buckets. I think Councilmember Mockler was talking about is sidewalk trip hazard repair. This is some of the slab jack type stuff we've done. Not actual the construction of some of the sidewalk work. We've kept that out. That is in here, but those were specified directly into residential streets. That's some of that work. So could that be? Yes. It's the TBD dollars. It is on transportation, and so our code has identified it as residential streets. So the city council has dedicated this source of revenue strictly for residential street expenditures. So just wanted to that the RCW is broader. It's for transportation service. So again, just another snapshot. Chip slurry seal, just over $2 million spent over the 5 years. Sidewalk trip hazard repair, just over $500,000, and then crack sealing and pothole repair about $150,000. Yes.
Just, do you happen to have that BMC?
As we move forward, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. You'll see a reference section in the background slide. The BMC is not referenced, sorry, the RCW. The RCW. I can send the council the BMC code.
When you have time, thank you.
All right, I like visuals. Been pretty excited with what Ron and his team, and even in the past, what Matt Donnelly that was here, purchases out of our ER&R funds, but really it's all funds fund that ER&R fund to buy these capital expenditures. If you've been out to Public Works, the first 2 pictures on the left is our concrete cement mixer, waiting for the truck chassis to be delivered. It's all concrete, so that was approved by council. So the investments made, more things we can do in house. That's to help with our sidewalk program, other programs that we have. The truck was just ordered 2 weeks ago, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and an anticipated delivery date of June. They had a modified chassis. Council just approved that. So this unit can actually sit on top of that truck. Has a multitude of uses. But allows our crews, again, to use the expertise we have in-house to do additional work and do major maintenance repairs on the field. The far picture to the right is our tag trailer. You want to explain the tag trailer and what that
So
does?
when I got here, the street crew would have to wait for a contractor to come and spray tack for us because we didn't have the capabilities other than out of our patch truck, which only holds about 150 gallons of tack. When you're doing an overlay, you have to put the tack down on the old asphalt. It bonds to the new asphalt. When I was at the county, we have 2 tack trucks. So when I was at my left there and I went to a private contractor, we had this trailer that had the capability of spraying tack. So then we would be able to work on our time rather than having to wait for a contractor. Because my first summer here when we were paving Belfair Valley Road, the contractor didn't show up for 2.5 hours. And so that was staff time waiting for a contractor. With this, we can go out and do the work on our schedule rather than someone else's. And it was a very beneficial to have, just to make sure that we use the right way, so it lasts, and we're going to be doing the things that we need to do for the taxpayers correctly.
And at the time, I think Ron and Matt and Chuck determined the ROI on renting a game contract was the payback is about 3 years on this. And we purchased it a year ago, last year. So pretty quick turnaround to pay for this equipment. Again, give us also the flexibility to go out. We're ready to go out and have that available. So, and then along with other equipment we have, like paper, be able to do a lot of in-house work. That's a significant change over the last decade for the city, where it really didn't have the equipment nor the staff to be able to do a lot of the things that we used to do pre-2008. So trying to be able to really seeing a ramp up to get back to that in-house capability. All right, so staffing, we talked about TBD staffing. So in 2016, City Council approved an increase of 2 additional staff that were dedicated from these TBD dollars of the $600K. And then in 2018, 2 additional staff were added to the street crew for a total of 4. And you'll see that annual cost in 2026 at $553,000 to support the staff in the street operations fund. So you'll see that as a transfer from the transportation capital fund to go in to the street operations fund, and that dollar, if you look into your budget. So I can't see the bottom of my screen, but prior to 2016, we had 10 FTEs. This includes Ron's position and our sign shop position as well. But we had 10, and we are currently at 14 FTEs in our street operations group. All right, next steps. So RCW is listed up there if anybody wants to see that. What's available? So vehicle licensing fee. This is what we have. We have a car tab fee. Potential estimated revenue is between $600K at the $20 car tab up to 1.5 million. That would be at $50 if we were to levy at $50. That is councilmatic. There's an additional 1.5 million available if you go to the voters. So the car tab fee can be levied at $100 per car tab if you go to the voters. Yes.
I thought it was that we could only go to $40 councilmatic.
You can go. It's tiered. So after you have it for if you had $20 for 24 months, then you get to go to 40. You hold that for 24 months, you have additional $10
Okay.
you can go to.
Okay.
And so, and the last thing I just said there, you can go up to $100 for the RCW if you go to the voters. There's nobody in the state of Washington that's at $100. City of Seattle is at 60. So, just a couple of things there. You'll see City of Bremerton, Burien, and Edmonds attempted voted initiatives in 2009, and King County in 2014 with the initiatives failed. King County subsequently did pass additional amounts to get the $60 to third collect. Okay, and so then again, I just kind of wrote a little narrative about the 24-month. Oh, went right ahead there. The 24-month cycle as you can progress. One thing to know with the TBD we talked about yesterday is the county has the ability to levy a car tab fee. If they do so, that does take our authority away to levy that next 20. I have to look into that additional 10 and how that would impact revenue. So just want to put that out there. Haven't heard a lot out there with the the county's approach is with car tabs. I know they're looking at the 1/10 of 1% for public safety. They're looking at 2/10 going forward. So, but again, all these things kind of have, they stack against each other where we could lose our authority, just to be aware. Other TBD funding sources, we talked about sales and use tax, potential estimated revenues between 1.8 councilmatically, but there's an additional 3.6 million if it's voter approved. You can levy up to 0.3% for the sales tax. Effective July 1st of 2022, that 1/10 of 1% is councilmatic. So you just, that was a change. Originally, it was all had to be voter approved for the sales tax. To the right, you'll see Denise is kind of blocking the, what we got going on there with her image. But as we know, Bremerton has the vehicle license fee. We do not have the sales tax, sales use tax. But going down through, a majority of the cities that have the TBD are imposing the sales tax fee and not people fee. And you can see here who is using it councilmatically or voting, and it's spread through. You'll get Airway Heights there at the 3/10. And City of Tacoma has multiple funding sources. They're not listed here. City of Portia did have with a TBD, but it was project specific. I couldn't find enough information where it's at today to put it on the list, but that is they have participated well. So, and you'll see there are cities that previously had the $20 car tab fee, and it's notated that when they went for the vote, some of them rescinded their car tab, the vehicle license fee, to go and move to the sales tax. So that's noted with an asterisk. But it's like function. All right. Got my question slide. Before I go there, I'm going to stop sharing. I do want to put up one more thing. There is proposed legislation right now in Olympia. I'm going to say I'm sure everybody's aware. I did not share this yesterday. But here we go. Now we'll pull this out.
Over surprise.
Yeah, I like to add a little something extra from, so you're not so bored from the finance meeting since we're back to back. There is so Senate Bill 6262. Let me see if I can share this before I go. So everybody at home, so Denise can see what I'm saying.
6262.
6262. It redefines the gross weight of the vehicle. They can be they can have the TBD car tab fee imposed. Currently, it's up to 6,000 pounds. The proposed legislation goes up to 9,000 pound vehicle. So your heavier use vehicles that are going through the city are currently not charged. There's over 6,000 pounds. This would expand that up to capture that additional 3,000 pounds. Again, this is proposed. And
Is that like a giant pickup truck?
Ron, would you know vehicle weights?
Most of the newer trucks, the 450s, they're going, some of the contractors or people just that have their own business are buying the 550s or the 750s, which they weigh a lot more and they do more of the damage because
Right.
it's the heavier weight on the local roads.
So how is their weight determined? Do we have to set up one of those like stations where?
No, when they on the
You buy a car.
registration, on your registration, your vehicle your gross weight is listed.
No
So
weigh
you're-
stations in
when you're
Bremerton.
paying your car tax, it's estimated, and it'll be captured if you're over the 6,000. It just passes.
Okay, and so if your truck were full of logs over stumps,
It wouldn't impact that. So
it would just impact the roads.
it would impact the roads. This is just your
Thank you.
vehicle weight.
Okay,
Your
thank you.
gross vehicle weight.
So they're basically raising the limit because people are buying bigger trucks.
There's a discussion that I'm not sure why that tonnage was left out.
But that's what they're doing, like, they're raising it. So even though I guess what it sounds like you're saying is people are driving bigger trucks that are probably damaging roads more, but we want to exempt them.
No.
No, we can capture them now.
0 to 6,000.
Okay.
You have to pay it. If you're above 6,000 pounds, you don't pay it. So they're going now from 0 to 9,000 pounds, you will pay it. So because and I don't know why that 6,000 was the number when they first passed the TBD or initiative.
I thought they were changing it from
No.
6,000 to 9,000.
Yeah, you're grabbing 9,000 pounds. The truck weighs 8,000 pounds, you're gonna pay the car tab fee.
Yeah.
And so, and because what you just said,
It weighs under.
if they're under 9,000 pounds, you pay the car tax.
So it was probably they were getting like commercial tags before,
Yeah.
but now it's like an everyday vehicle.
Yeah.
It could be, and you're gonna see, there's other commercial rigs that are gonna be impacted.
And the electric vehicles are weighing more too.
Just looked up at the weight of mine right now,
Yeah.
How much
the
is
batteries
yours?
are Very, very heavy.
about 4,500 pounds
Oh,
for just a car.
Trucks are probably even
They're
more,
heavy.
so. Just again, this is working its way through. We don't know if it's a pass. I just wanna, and make sure, for transparency and inform the council, this potentially, would have a revenue impact for Bremerton as we currently sit, so. I'll stop sharing. So here to answer your question.
Who's up?
I mean, I don't think we have necessarily anything to add. I talked about it and we asked a bunch of questions, and I think Dave even incorporated some of the answers into what we talked about today.
What, may I ask what the recommendation of the committee is?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we got that, or did we? Well, I think we support the concept as a possibility. So,
Yeah, and I think that's what's on the table right now with the agenda that this was. I mean, if I'm looking at A8 on this one, it's not really telling us that we're making action or we're doing things. It was a presentation as such. So we got that and got to ask our background because you explained all the chip seals and all the stuff that I was like, come again, what? So, and he did a great job. He had like little you on his shoulder. He was saying the words.
Tried.
Personally, although it's regressive, this, when was the current 20 set?
Oh, it's
2009.
2009.
So it's been, over 15 years without an increase on that. And again, we have this possibility where, the county could come in and opt to do this, and then that blocks us out of it. I don't know if I almost prefer, okay, so some of us that have been around since before we went down to these
Tell me about the good old days.
car tabs, there were a lot more, and if you've lived in other states and things like
Oh,
that,
yeah.
there are a lot more. And I mean, it's like we have this thing that people want great roads in their neighborhoods, and they want to be able to get around, or good sidewalks repaired, or possibly new, or maybe other transportation things. And then we've got kind of the problem is the volume of cars and the use of cars. So it seems to fit. It doesn't seem outrageous to throw an extra $20 a year onto my bill to help. One of the things I've said over the years is like, we're not in a place where we're even close to keeping our streets maintained. So every year we fall a little bit more behind. And even if we say we have a balanced budget, if you've got any deferred maintenance, right? Not only is it just that dollar amount, but it's probably going to be more to fix it, things like that. So one of the reasons that we've even earmarked the first bit of money was just to really turn, it's a major citizen complaint about the condition of roads. And so this is a way to make this, what we've done up to now has been a way to dedicate these funds, help make some progress. And this is another way to do it. So this is a way to solve the problem. And
to backpack, if I can take the dollar and run now, that was something looking at this, that this hasn't been evaluated monetarily since 2009. Yet our costs are going up and our expectations are there. So any resident of this city, the expectation is that you're going to drive on a road that is not damaging your vehicle. And that is, what the expectation, however that looks for somebody, that those roads are maintained at that quality. And then the secondary part of that is I absolutely love the Bremerton One app. And anybody, if you have a problem on your street, it's not up to our crews to just be driving around like crazy people like, oh, here's a problem. You can, through the app, see that it's the easiest thing. I've done it outside my kid's school one time where it was like, ooh, this got like really roughed up, taking a picture, putting it in, like, do you want to be contacted? But yes, I do. And, within a week or two, it was like magic and all better. And then I got the like, we're good email, and it was like, yeah, it's so good. If we don't have the funds to do that, the heartbreaking part is when I put in that Bremerton One app and you get back, so sorry, this fund has been expended for this year.
Is that an official thing they say?
No, but
No,
that's
it's
what's
not.
gonna happen. If you don't have- But, so then the alternative is you put it in, but there is no money for anybody to do that. So you could put in 12 times that you have this pothole.
Sure.
So that's the thing, is that I feel like we have these things and this expectation of the community. We need to have the money to match that expectation.
Rick?
I'm back to the optics again, and we're doubling the car tab fee. Okay, it's $20, understand, goes to 40, but we're doubling it. So I believe we ought to get some input. I believe we ought to not unilaterally pass it. We ought to, however we do this, say that we're considering it, allow the public to write us letters about it.
Right now.
Yeah, that's what this is. I think the alternative is putting it on a ballot of.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying don't spring it on our citizens. It's doubling the car tab fee. That's the soundbite. And agreed that
Nobody complained when they super drastic, I don't even know what the number would have been when they knocked it down and put all this other stuff, all this.
Mr. Iman's thing.
nobody remembers
People were very
that,
calm about
okay?
that,
It's
yes.
been,
Yeah.
nobody remembers that, and I.
Oh, I do.
Well,
Jim Iman
I
when
don't think it
roads
has
fell
the power
apart.
to say that we're
I remember
doubling it.
his affinity
I'm not
with
saying that.
You did.
office chairs.
I said it, but I'm saying,
I knew
I'm
it.
putting myself in the shoes of somebody that's gonna pay it.
Yeah, it's the reality of the situation.
Right. I agree. There's I have, people in Maple Valley are paying for sound transit. They have $400 tabs. But it's not in the transportation district. It's because of the requirements for sound transit. So it's still out there, but I'm just saying that the soundbite and the optic our citizens deserve to hear about it before we just unilaterally pass it. That's my
They
opinion.
always.
And our non-citizens as well,
Okay,
Residents.
residents.
all right. We also get a lot of revenue from vehicles,
We do.
sales tax revenue from,
If they buy in Bremerton, yeah.
Why would you not? Go
Because you'd go to Gorse in the 98312 area code. Zip code. I just looked it up. She's right. Peninsula Subaru is 98312. All right, just to throw that out there.
They're not.
Anna, do you have some comments on that?
I already began earlier, so I'll just repeat that. If everyone else if the majority of this council, your constituents are saying, I want to drive even faster on the roads, then that's what the outlined improvements will permit people to do. When they completely redid Marine Drive, were you here then? No, it was just before you. That was the promise, like workers on the street were making to people who live nearby. You'll be able to do like the Daytona Speedway on this thing.
Seriously, city workers were telling people that?
Probably a
That might be.
but yes, it is probably not exactly as good as the Daytona Speedway. I'm just quoting a constituent. So I think that sidewalks, which if you live in a neighborhood that already has sidewalks, you may not realize how great it is. As Denise once told us, to like have a father come home and a little kid be able to run down the sidewalk to greet them. You may not be able to realize how great it is to walk around your neighborhood, run into neighbors and go, see that corner? We really got to get that fixed. If all you can do is drive, I've only got 50 more seconds, Mike. If all you can do is drive around your neighborhood, then you're not going to build community. When you don't build community, you don't have public safety. See, I got it all in. So yeah, that's really my pitch. And I think we should get a financial breakdown of what we could do with sidewalks, because sidewalks is at 175K. It's one of the 6 programmatic things that's been completely static for at least 5 years.
Sidewalks.
Sidewalks, just sidewalk trip hazard repair in the TIP, in the transportation improvement project.
But we haven't raised the budget because
Yeah,
of the,
Yeah.
most of it is because of the other work that we
yeah,
are asked to do.
I'm not complaining about it, I'm just stating it's a fact.
But they have been more efficient in with buying that mixer was one of the reasons too. So we're not waiting for, someone to.
Or paying
deliver.
short loads.
Yeah, no, I
Deliver,
think
so-
that's, I get that. I'm really happy about it. I think like a concrete mixer is a wonderful thing, and I would love to come watch it work. Anyhow, that's all I'm just pitching to you guys, is that I think a financial estimate of how much sidewalk we could get done and, or traffic calming with these same funds. That's it.
Jennifer? Jennifer hasn't had, but
Go right ahead, guys.
She never gets
No.
those out.
No, go right ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Director Riley, is this something that you're bringing forward, your recommendation for us to pass?
Council asked me to present on this, so we're providing information.
Interim Director, soon to be confirmed, for Thume, is this something that you're bringing to us to be passed?
I think this is just some information for
Okay.
discussion.
Mayor, is this something that you'd like to bring to us to be passed?
Right now, there's so many requests to provide information.
Okay. Well, so it sounds like this is all just informational at this point, and neither director nor administration wants us to necessarily pass this yet. So I want to make sure that this is not just, once administration asks us to do this, I would feel more comfortable with it. And that's all.
okay, I'd like to comment.
Sure.
So I was chair of the Public
Do
Works.
whatever she wants.
I was the chair of the Public Works Committee for 2 years when this conversation started about it, because at the time, we were provided a list of how much more sidewalk our crews could do, how much more paving our crews could do. At the time, we did not have a traffic calming policy, but now we do. And I think part of the education for the community is to say, with this extra 600,000, if we have, these are the additional things that we can accomplish. Now, another thing is, personally, I'm extremely against any idea of sales tax to fund this. I think a $20 raise, I mean, when TBD started, it was pretty much a slush fund for overruns on capital projects. And the money wasn't being used as it is now, and it has been for the past few years, strictly for residential streets. And that's where it should be, because there's absolutely no place to get grant funding for residential streets. And the only sidewalks you can put in is if it's a safe route to school, right? So this is funding that we could do those things. And I worked for the city of Seattle when we sold the payers on bumping it up. And it was because we showed them, if you raise your rate to $60 is what they have, we can do this much traffic calming, we can do this many miles of sidewalk, we can do this much more or quicker pothole repair. So I think it would be really helpful if we had that information before we moved forward. And, you know, there was an old presentation, but then it got pulled. So if there's a way to maybe update that, I think that's really important information for the community to have before we take any kind of action on this. But I'm definitely for more money to fix our streets, sidewalks, traffic calming on our residential streets. Next
Did you
step.
say there was a presentation that was pulled?
Yes,
When was it?
about a year ago, it was pulled. because in that presentation that was given to the Public Works Committee, it recommended 2 more FTEs. And at the time, that wasn't something the administration, my understanding, that they wanted to consider. I mean, that's what we were told as part of Public Works Department.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for coming up with, I mean, you know, creative solutions, and I appreciate that. I'll just throw that out there. Thank you.
We've been looking at this the entire time I've been on council, but also we're always trying, look, some of our things, our goals have been to look for funding. We're so happy when our departments come up to us and say,
Here's an
especially
idea.
parks, when they come to us with money. So this is not necessarily that. I mean, we're not trying to take money and tell, you know, obviously we want to work together, but we're doing our homework right now to see what we could do. I mean, I like the idea. Well, first of all, back to the thing that if we're not keeping up with the degradation that's happening on the degradation that's happening on the roads, we're falling further behind. So this is a way to at least keep that up, or close that gap. I do like the idea of maybe also having some of the funds used for traffic calming. I have empathy for sidewalks. I just don't think it's as realistic a thing. You know, the per mile is expensive, probably requires right of way. You know, and then in most cases, the sidewalks were built when the homes were built. Been part of how it's been assessed the whole time. You know, it's just one of those. And like, I think let's take care of what we have, which for I'll simplify and say, which is these old roads and young children, before you know, not that sidewalks wouldn't be helpful or a safety thing. It's just, if somebody builds now, they have to put sidewalks in. And we do get these patchworks, you know, we know where the sidewalk is, right? So that's here and here.
We could use T-sticks to delineate sidewalks on already paved streets.
You know,
Or just read Shel Silverstein.
There's also a possibility that this could maybe free up some other funds or things like that to do that, because that's what we have to figure out. We have to figure out how to, you know, be, you know, get ready for future years' budgets and things like that.
Can I just another brief? I mean, y'all know where I'm at with this. I think that you would sell me better on it if you could prove that you could divert those funds back into affordable housing projects. If you wanted to if you could prove and had a plan for it, if it was something that administration actually wanted, but I you know, it's doubling the car tabs. I mean, we are the poorest like city in the county. I mean, I want to know, what is the ticket when somebody gets pulled over that doesn't have tabs? Because they can't afford the extra $20. I know that sounds unreasonable to some of y'all, but I've been that person, you know, that couldn't afford car tabs, and I went for a long time without affording to buy them. And I luckily didn't get one of those tickets. And it was economic insecurity and economic issues that like prevented me from $20, like time after time adds up. So I know it only seems like $20 to you, but I'm uncomfortable with it. So prove to me that these diverted funds could be used for affordable housing projects, and specifically, you know, and I could be on board, but right now I you know, I can't.
How are you saying that you want us to collect car tab fees and put them towards affordable housing?
No, we were talking about
Okay.
diverting from transportation funds. I mean, luckily Parks is saving money so that 6th Street can take.
Kind of like how they
Anyway.
promised a lot of them weed money for schools.
Yeah.
The budget didn't go up by that amount. They just used it and moved to general.
Because
fund.
if we can divert, you know, and free up some REAP funding and use it for more affordable housing projects, and, you know, like more people could come and apply to us like Eagles Wings or whatever, that would be appealing to me. And that would be that would be responsible government. So, I'm just throwing that out there, y'all.
I understand, I empathize with that. But we have a responsibility to take care of lots of things here. right? Look at how many things are in the budget. So we're not in a position where we can do an all stop and solve one problem. We have to juggle all the problems
I feel like,
all the time.
isn't it two birds, one stone in this sense, though?
Can we, I'd like to give Denise an opportunity. Denise, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we've been discussing this for a long time. Again, I'm wondering why we're not all on the same page. You know, this is a complaint we get often. And it seems like such a direct, logical source of funding, building on what, Michael was saying. And, I think that many of us, have been working to try to find additional revenue. And we've been anxious about not having it. I don't believe that the administration is ever going to come to us and ask us to put something on the ballot or, something like that. What I hear from them is that, yeah, they've talked about it before, but the council never would make it happen or something like that. So it seems like we do have responsibility here. This is something that many of us have been supportive of, and whether it goes to sidewalks or streets, the affordable housing, I believe you're going to find out soon. We have a lot more subsidized affordable housing than we think that we do. So I think that information is going to be coming as well. So, it's not just a few people that care about the condition of our streets and our sidewalks. We get that it's the top complaint that we get. And to not do something that would be fairly easy to do, I do agree with Rick that we should, let people know, have them have an opportunity to write in. But I could just see I think administration is waiting for us and maybe hoping that we can increase income at some point. That's it for me. Thanks.
Other comments at this time, Christy?
So in all of this, seeing how the RCW and the mechanism to even have this discussion is solely the governing body of the council. And I think it would hit different for you if you're asking and you're polling, is this what you're asking me? Are you asking me to do this? If they came to you and said, we need you to do this thing, that's a whole different conversation. So this is our mechanism to look at, to review, to do all of that. So I think that's the discussion. It can, but in this particular one, the way I'm seeing it, this is the informational that we're gaining it because Rick and I were not here for all of the years of conversations. We've received the informational. This is when, we are going to get people writing in to let us know how they feel about this because we've kind of lifted the lid on this box at this point. And then I think further from this, if we're discussing it, it's clearly something that I think we need to at least discuss action on later. Because again, this is the informational.
Oh yeah, we're not going to be voting on this next week.
Regardless of what get out of here. When that does happen, I do have a point of clarification that's just for new kid on the block here. When we vote for something like this, we are voting for the money and we know where the money is going to go. I think it's not staying in our lane when we're doing it as we're doing this, but our expectation is that you're going to do sidewalks or housing or all this stuff. That seems like it's outside of our lane. We're just saying, here's this mechanism that we can do to gain more revenue in a budget that we know we need to. But stating like the little asterisk on it of we're going to do this, but we expect.
No, well, that's why I said
out of the lane.
I'd feel more comfortable if administration was bringing this to us with a plan to use. That's why I said that, like in conjunction with administration. Yes, administration does ask us for tax raises. I mean, all the time. It happens.
It's clearly coming from somewhere though, so it has to be.
It's coming.
It's been a long.
It's coming from inside the house on this one.
It's coming from inside of council. Sure.
It's also came up numerous times in our conversations the past 2 years through the Public Works Committee. It isn't new. I mean,
it comes up
from administration.
Why can't we have more
between us and staff when we talked about How come, how can we get more sidewalks built? How can we get more streets paved? How can we get traffic calming done? Those are conversations that we had with staff.
Okay.
And they're like, this is a mechanism that we could use.
Sounds like public input is the next level. So I'm
Yeah,
excited to hear
absolutely.
about that.
And in the years before that, it comes up at Public Works Committee a lot.
Mhm.
Okay.
Christie's asterisk. I wouldn't want to, aside from what you brought up, but when we were sort of talking sidewalks or something, like, I want them to be able to manage the funds the way they feel that they can best manage. And because I also don't want it to be like, everyone's gonna get a 401k with $1,000.
Wait, that's a possibility? No, of
That's gonna
course
be worth
not.
$100,000.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
do you, Mike, do
not
you
in my
think
trash
that
can.
we could go back and look at that report that Public Works staff had prepared for us several years ago and modify it? And I'm not saying to say we're gonna do 17 traffic calming projects, but it's like,
Yeah, I think,
what's a ballpark of what could get done?
yeah, I think that, Ron and I talked, and the mayor and executive group kind of talked like, what could additional 600K do? I think that is a logical next step. We need to talk internally. We know the stresses that are on the budget. FTEs cost money. Is that the right approach? Ron and I have been talking. Is it materials? Is it what crew has today? Just even materials we could do stuff with. There's a bigger discussion of the next steps, but I think that's the natural progression. As we talk to your administration, we heard in the budget a $5.6 million deficit that we passed. Now, again, where we materialize that, you'll hear in the next month where we actually ended up in 25, but that is our budgeted deficit. So there is a need for revenue or change in service. It's one or the other to close that gap. So that's just reality. So us being here, this is a request to have a conversation of the TBD, but the revenue discussions is something we need to look at. So
It's $0.6 million.
So
It's a step in the right direction, but that's not even adding another foot of maintenance. That's, funding stuff it can fund and redirecting other money to close the gap.
Yep.
I mean, this is what we just have to do. I was looking up at Denise, but we were talking about, these conversations we need to have. These are hard things. We've got to either cut things like these. We have to either cut things or bring in more revenue, or as Denise would say, and we can do this and that. We can look for revenue sources and look for ways to be more efficient and safe.
Well, I'd recommend that we, think about doing that soon.
I'd recommend we not. We wait for a good, what do we want? How long do we want public input for? Are we trying to rush it through so there's no public input or just 1 week?
I'm sorry,
No.
I'm talking about a different topic,
Okay.
Jennifer, I should have clarified. I think looking at that hard choice that Michael Goodnow was just
Bringing an
talking about.
agenda bill
It
forward.
needs to be all year. I mean, we just need to.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be looking for ways.
And looking down when we walk.
And is that what you were talking about? Is that what I missed?
Well-
Is not tripping over
No,
sidewalks?
is seeking new sources of revenue and looking at what services can be eliminated.
Now.
If I can add one thing, some of the pictures we showed with the investments council made and the decision with Ron coming in and our public works team being more efficient, how we're delivering. There's a conversation. We've done a lot of really cool sidewalk.
Yeah.
Do you continue to do all that really cool sidewalk work, or do you
The curb
pivot?
cuts that we've been doing at our price has been great.
It's a great savings. Now we have the ability to do some paving with the crews we have and how efficient they are. And so what we can start seeing the dollars and being more efficient, even with the dollars we have, but you're gonna need to grow. We hear the demand. And so, and then the overall picture of the full financial picture, there's $1.2 million of general fund money to go on the street. It's general fund money transferred into streets. So we know the general fund hit was 5.6 million upside down. How do you relieve that 5.6? Is there a mechanism here that this money comes in, relieves that a little bit, not all of it, but maybe that's part of the conversation too. Has to be a holistic conversation of the needs of the city and how we've got what a balanced budget is. And I'm going to say, I'm not going to have a budget that has $1 million in revenue and $1 million in expense.
that's not a balanced budget. It's gonna still be upside down. What's the tolerance level? And that's what we're looking for. And at least, what does that look like, Governor?
I think the $2,000 car tab would solve the
Oh, boy,
I have
okay.
no comment for that.
Okay, so,
I,
so is everybody in agreement that we go back and ask staff to try to give us a better idea of what can be done with these additional funds? And then report back to us maybe next month? Do you think that's
I
possible?
think that's reasonable. I think there's a good baseline for what was provided. I think you just need to chew it up and give a little more flexibility. It's pretty,
Mhm.
what I saw in that previous presentation was very deliberate and it was
Mhm.
kind of really putting, what I heard the council, say, not so much in a box, a little more flexibility.
We were in a different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they need, yeah, it's gonna be a little more flexibility in what the potential could be and not so you could do, 5 lane miles. I think there's too many nuances that affect street operations that we talked about yesterday. Our house is cleanup, the encampment cleanup, that hits Ron's crew directly. So if that increases, and there's an expectation that some of this will go down. So the committee, seeing a report and then a year later going, did you meet those goals? We're gonna say, well, no. And then, so there has to be some flexibility. So it's just gotta get a little more flexible, but hey, it's a good roadmap.
Well, I think after you present again, it's not like we're gonna vote the next week because we want the community to be able to absorb it and write into us and tell us what they think.
And yes, the caveat, if and when it is something that does get adopted, if we submit that, the ordinance says that, that before it comes effective, in 6 months is the lead time before you'll see the first dollars.
Yep. So at best, this is gonna help our 27 budget. Okay,
2027. If we could only go back in time to 2007.
okay. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Ron.
Can we take a break now?
Can we just do,
Oh, you're saying.
can we do LTAC first and then we have, no, wait a minute. I want to talk about LTAC and then we have, some visitors who are coming in to present from Peninsula Community Health. I don't want to keep them here past their kids' bedtimes. We can help it. It probably is already, but. So we'll do LTAC and then Peninsula Community Health, and then we'll take a break. So Michael, you get really brave. But then you have to come back.
Tiny.
Wait, are we taking a break?
No.
You are because we're
You're
gonna talk about
leaving.
LTAC.
Yeah, no, we're staying. Here.
Anna, where are you going?
I am stepping out to use the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I don't have a quorum.
Yeah, Denise is on there. Does that mess with your quorum?
You've got me.
Okay. All right, well, we can start then. All righty, so I met with the lodging tax committee to see if they were, to get an explanation of some of their disbursements that they recommended to us and to see if they were willing to modify any of them. And they were not willing to modify any of them. And they're also, this is coming to them very late in the year. A lot of people already have made their, are trying to make their budget and they can't because they are uncertain whether or not they're going to get any of this funding or if we're going to delay it again. There are several big events that they're going to have to cancel if we don't make a decision one way or the other very quickly. And so they were very unwilling to consider the city's proposal about starting the process of branding the city, and they were unwilling to fund the whole request from the Downtown Business Association for basically FIFA funding. So that is short by about $40,000. I do recommend, though, that at this time, we move forward and accept this, because if we wait another 2 months, yes,
We don't have to send it back to them. We can make whatever recommendation we want at this point. Am I correct, Denise? And
And then you have to wait 45
and then you have
days.
to wait 45 days.
okay.
Kylie, is that correct?
That was, Brett sent out an email that was
Mhm.
on.
I mean, 45 days.
Whenever it went back this last time, we didn't have specific recommendations. It was a reconsideration of the zeros.
Mhm.
And since we didn't change any of the other numbers, this would be a new proposal for those.
Got it.
Mhm.
Right. It was kind of like, this was sort of a explain your process, you're thinking of, we also didn't have consensus from the council kind of on. There were a couple of reasons we were sending it back. Reconsider the zeros as well as, I think,
Explanation of some of them.
So we would need to do that. I mean, it's only been 2 weeks.
We got told to pound sand on both those fronts. That's the.
Yeah, that would be the technical term.
Okay.
Get real clear.
There is also some incorrect information that is passing around the city about whether or not we had a quorum, because the 2 people who were representing hotels resigned because they moved out of town. So there's a committee of 5, 1 council member, and then 4 community members. But the council member has a right to vote according to the RCW. So by having 3 people there with the ability to vote, we met the quorum.
Wait a
So-
minute. The council member is allowed to vote?
Yes.
How come really? How come I was never briefed about that?
Yes, I voted. And the committee didn't like that very much.
Okay, so that was, okay.
but
So
I-
I just followed your protocol or your.
I did
status
vote. And we used score sheets but I always kept mine until the last. The only thing that I want to, a couple of things. One is I get the apprehension from these nonprofits. They're trying to plan budgets and so forth and so on. And we're trying to adjust the ship, the trajectory of the ship. And we also kind of got excited about that. And I think we jumped the gun a little bit early, maybe with our proposal as far as when the council was going to move on this. I think we were gearing up to take this into LTAC, this coming year. But then we had some council that told us we really should be looking at branding and identity and all of that. And so we moved in that direction pretty quick and got it before LTAC this year. There was such a strong pushback. I don't believe that LTAC in its current state is supportive of the trajectory that the council has wanted to move in. And this is something we're going to have to work on. So I wouldn't hold up necessarily the recommendations. I think at this point, what has happened is that the committee, well, for one thing, even though there's a quorum, you're still lacking, the 2 hoteliers, which don't get money, but they are the ones that collect it and pay. I think until we have that committee back and in some semblance of order, then we need to start really working with it on pivoting in this other direction. So that's my 2 cents. I'm frustrated, obviously, but I understand, and I think the communities become very dependent. Some of these smaller organizations and events have become dependent on, well, and some of the larger ones even have become dependent on this money, and I'm not sure that's a good situation. Anyway, I'm not planning on trying to hold any of this up. I think we just need to write it off as, you know, this is the council or the committee's direction, and then work as a council and, you know, with our city attorney and others to kind of do the best thing.
Jennifer?
I think, you know, just eat it and move forward, right? I think that my experience on LTAC was concerning because I felt as if the group was not supportive of council. And I did understand a little bit of the dubiousness about some, you know, the funding that came through for the Quincy Square operations. But knowing more about funding this year and how it works with reserves and so on, I have less skepticism with the city government about LTAC than I did first coming on to LTAC. I don't know if now's a good time to really talk about this, but I think let's see. Well, not here, but and I was sharing this experience when I was on the Arts Commission. We had this discussion, you know, as arts commissioners, is it our job to, you know, like support the mayor's initiatives? And we had a really in-depth conversation about that. And at the very end, I mean, at the end of the day, it was the mayor's commission. And it was, you know, we didn't have to rally behind every idea, but also it was, you know, pushback is part of healthy operations. But also so is collaboration, and so is creative problem solving and teamwork. And I gotta be honest, and I can say it now on the other side, that it just felt like being the chair of that committee was like pushing against a force that was not supportive. So I appreciate the work that the community members do. And also, it just did not, it did not feel like a supportive group to the city.
So I have a procedural thing that I think I messed up on, because we're gonna take action tonight. So is there anybody who is willing to move to approve, motion to approve the 2026 lodging tax? And then we'll. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm still concerned about I looked up the RCW this time.
Okay, but we have to do the motion.
I'll move.
All right.
I'll move to approve I'll move
we
to
have
approve the
discussion.
2026 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee funding recommendations as listed under Exhibit A.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all right, now you can.
Okay, now we just missed that part, so it's your turn.
Okay, so my concern is, did you hold a meeting?
Yes,
Because you did not have a quorum.
yes, we
Yes,
did.
quorum.
So I know that's what you said, but I guess I would like, what this says is RCW does not define a quorum for LTAC meetings. A quorum is determined by the ordinance or resolution that created the LTAC. Is there an ordinance that creates the LTAC?
I'm gonna defer to the
Yes.
city attorney because that's the guidance that I got from our assistant city attorney.
5 members and 3 were present.
What?
Do you have a number?
Well, here, let me just.
Because I'm just gonna go grab food.
Can you grab me a water, please?
It says, in the absence of an ordinance.
Right, and just again, it's helpful if you're gonna have questions like this, especially if they came in 5 days ago. Did I get them ahead of time instead of in the meeting? Just
No
Okay,
surprises.
Understand,
not,
because to me, it doesn't look like you had a quorum based on.
Well, if there are 5 members and 3 were present, isn't that a quorum?
right, so the LTAC has a CMC, it's 2.38010. It's created, the committee shall serve an advisory capacity to the mayor and council. It consists of 5 members as follows. And then it lists the council member who serves as chair, members of the city council, and activities authorized to be funded by the revenues received, and then two representatives is required. So it's 5. And Brett looked at the issue and he determined that 3 members would be a quorum.
So if, in the absence of 2, had they officially resigned or, I mean, is that what you're concerned about? Because they had resigned and those positions weren't filled?
Yeah, you have.
Okay.
I mean, you've got an LTAC without any hoteliers there. It's not really an LTAC. And I can understand if they were appointed and vacant, but they're not even appointed. You don't even have somebody in the seat.
They were when they made these recommendations.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I just asked you, did you hold another meeting? If you're going back to the last meeting where, and this is the recommendation of that group as chaired by Jennifer, that's, to me, that's a different story.
It's the same recommendations that Jennifer came back with. They were unwilling to change anything.
So she held
There
another
was-
meeting with 3.
There were 3 people that were able to vote,
I-
me, and the other 2 people were unwilling to change. And we were a quorum.
You're debating, well, our lawyers have spoken.
So it's like if
So our lawyers have deemed it to be a
we
quorum.
have 7 people on the council. If 3 are missing, the other 4 can still vote on something because we're a quorum, right?
I don't dispute.
Can
that.
I, hold on a minute, can I ask you, you're on planning commission? And yes, so there's an RCW guiding this and I understand where your concern is, but let's, hold on just a moment. Just go with me on this journey. You have, not always had every seat filled
Right.
on planning
But I
commission.
don't have an overriding document that discusses the seats. You're correct. We've had many instances where we've had like been down to 4 people
Right.
and still functioned, but there was nothing telling us we had to,
So you're going quite literal in the
I'm going by
definition.
what I just read.
Okay.
I mean, she read our ordinance, so we do have a
We have
BMC.
a council that's made up from a person from each district in the state. And sometimes we do, sometimes we have meetings without people from those districts.
That's a great example.
I
Yeah.
get that.
I think the thing is, Rick,
I-
our attorneys have spoken.
Okay, and I agree that we need to move on with this, but number one, it was really late in the year when we got this, so it was not enough time to do much. I really know that some of those organizations that we've zeroed out are contributing to promoting Bremerton.
Maybe
They're basically doing it.
It's
for
not our
free.
call. It's
That's
literally not our call.
That's not our call. It was the call of the committee, and the committee said the reason why they zeroed out Love Kitsap was Love Kitsap got a huge award from the county.
I would like to request at this point, I know you have a lot of questions, but you're not gonna, you gotta take the L on this, and I understand your concerns, but we gotta just move on,
I know,
man.
that's fine.
You gotta take your licks and move on, brother.
No.
All right.
Are we voting on this, or is it gotta go to?
Well, I want to see if there's anybody from the public who would like to comment on this. Okay, well, you can
Yeah.
comment, and there's nobody from the public on at this point.
The only thing.
Attendees.
Oh, sorry.
But if they had their hand up, they would be up top.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So at this point, nobody from the public wants to talk.
So with this,
That should have been done.
my ask the last time was for transparency, for the rubric, for the matrix, for how the decisions are made, because if you just look at the percentages of like the ask, and again, no judgment of who you are and what you've asked, but the ask versus what you received, there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason. It's all over the place. And so when I asked
There you
for-
go. Their explanation is that they looked at people's budget for promotion,
Mhm.
and that's how they determined how much money they would get.
Which would make sense if they had then a matrix of you enter in, like, you have a budget of this and you have this,
They-
therefore your deficit,
they-
the delta that we're looking at is this would make it up.
Required to make sense.
Well,
They
that's
had
the
a
thing, like-
stack of paperwork this big where all the people who
There are no
Up-
major Cs.
applied.
And that's what it comes down to. And so that's where it's like, I'm just trying to, you're just giving me numbers here. If we can have this transparency, if not, it comes down to somebody dusted off Johnny Carson's hat and put an envelope on their head, opens it up and said 60,000 for you.
I don't disagree.
And that's the thing, like, I'm not sure.
I didn't like it either, and I'll be
So-
real honest, I tried to bring the score sheets up and they just felt like they didn't need them and I just went with it.
And
So that's, you know,
so that's the thing,
Right.
like, it's yes right now because I'm totally understanding the background of.
but in the
They're
future,
backed into, in the future, if
Us
I do
please
not
have a
understand and I
system.
can't follow the bouncing ball, it's not going to be a yes.
yes.
Okay, I have somebody from the public. WSSEF, room number 1, would like to comment on this.
Date varies.
Varies?
I don't know.
Okay, you want me to set a timer, Jane?
Sure.
Okay, how long?
Give them 2
Public
minutes
comment.
Okay.
We're opening it to public comment.
Because we're taking
because we're
action
taking
tonight.
action.
We don't, it's the same as our meetings, we did it by, that's when we had the note on there to take.
Hello?
Oh, hold on. Washington State Science and Engineering Fair, that's what that is.
Oh,
Oh.
Let's pause for just a moment here.
Okay, I need to pause you for a moment. I was incorrect. It needed to be written comments still on this.
What we posted on the notice.
Mm,
Well,
It says it on the agenda. Yeah, I think it says it on the agenda.
okay. And it's been,
It's the same part of the agenda that we have for our regular meeting.
okay,
We're not. We told people.
So how do I-
We've written comments and stuff.
Right,
in
and
advance. It wouldn't be consistent with what we put.
okay. All right, is there
All right.
any other discussion?
so
by
just to,
council?
I think you probably should clarify because our attorney's further away. So do you want to clarify
Yeah.
what just happened?
So I'm sorry, on our agenda packet, it did say that written comments only could be taken. And I was mistaken in allowing for any public comment or oral argument at this point. So we're gonna
Public comment.
move forward.
Okay, so you had a motion and a second.
We had a motion and second.
Who's our-
Are there any other comments?
Who's our parliamentarian?
I thought we didn't take action at a study session.
We
We do when it says on the agenda that action's anticipated.
Is Ann our parliamentarian? Who's our
No.
parliamentarian for this? Or
What is your
Emily?
parliamentary question?
Taking our vote.
Let's vote. Oh, who's gonna call for the question?
Yeah.
Hey, City Attorney Fennel. You look like a
I called
good,
for the question.
Okay.
Mochler,
yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Revellowski.
Yes.
Phipps,
No,
Camerata.
Yes.
Right.
Fry.
Yes.
Okay.
Five yeses, one no. Motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Abstention.
Due to a raised exasperation level, can we, like, I'm echoing Councilor Chamberlain's call for a short break.
1 minute, Michael?
Just real quick, so at the finance committee yesterday, we brought the lodging tax potential recommendations up and, looking to, Christian and Rick here, maybe to speak for me. One of the items that was funded in this, in what just passed was $25,000 for the operation for Quincy Square. In your budget for 2026 is a $63,000 operation to operate the existing, Quincy Square, what we call it?
Activation.
Activation through DDA. So we have a contract that is pending with DDA to continue that operation. Knowing that we just funded $25,000 from LTAC for that, there's a gap of $38,000. So council has already adopted the budget. It's in the budget. There's a contract less than 100,000. So we are not required to have council action to move forward. But for transparency, there was funding going to come in from LTAC to go out from the general fund to fund that operation. So I'm
Yep.
looking for a nod to council is willing to move forward with that contract, knowing we're going to have to use $38,000 of general fund money.
Cool.
Michael Goodnow did express yesterday, there's an opportunity here because they're, with our Main Street designation, and the city is eligible, to every dollar that we contribute to DBA, we have there's a 75% return potentially that we can get back from this. So it's not,
Okay.
could potentially
Yeah,
not be a
through a different
$38,000
bucket, through a
impact.
different mechanism. So in aggregate, it will all make sense at the end, but if you're looking just on a single line item, start combining to see
Yeah.
those realized.
So
It'll
it-
also be a while, right?
It
Mike?
could be. So the impact is 38 grand to the general fund per council unless there's an offset. But I'm looking for a council thumbs up nod so we can enter into that agreement and allow DDA to continue moving forward. I don't need formal council action, but I would like to have a consensus from council that we continue to move forward, and engage in that contract that's sitting with DBA right now, sitting ready to be approved.
Straight gladiator style, I love
Yeah.
This seems weird.
Well, we have.
The mayor
to-
doesn't have to talk to us or get approval for anything under 100,000.
Yeah, he can just do it and take it from general fund. But yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't feel weird. He can just do it. Thank you for letting us know. And yes, I'm good. I'm all good with it. I mean, you know.
Yeah, we got
If there's any questions, please reach out. You can reach out to me directly and I can try to walk through where the money is, how it works. Looks like Denise, you have some questions. I'm happy to.
Well, it's just, yeah, it's a lot of FIFA money that's coming in. I don't know how that, and we don't have purview over, a lot of that. We've just been throwing a lot of money that way, and I want to make sure that the money that we give is going towards what we want it going towards. So that's it.
The money going to DBA is for coordination events. They're working directly with the city with, we have multiple directors in the room to tell you, they are our input and operation of the activities that are happening at Quincy Square. We do not have somebody on staff that is coordinating with event planners, doing pop-up weekend events, all that's going on down there. So it's been successful. There's a lot of momentum. We want to be able to continue moving forward. It was budgeted. We just have a pending contract that needs to move forward. And I want to make sure council understood that it was originally going to be funded with LTAC dollars. The request was $63,000. That was shorted by $38,000. That money has to come from someone.
And there will be a point where we will not give LTAC dollars to, that's possible. Again, we don't want to build dependency on these funds, and we're now realizing how much it does cost to actually operate Quincy Square, so we can have an operations budget. That's what this really is, right, Mike? It's operating Quincy Square.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you for.
It's costing a lot of money.
Are we doing Peninsula or a break next?
So, Jennifer and Bryn, how long do you think your presentation will be?
Depending on what you're looking at.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Short slide deck.
I would like to give them the opportunity to speak first because
I would like to
they came as
I would
guests.
like to take a break. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I apologize for leaving.
Well, you did.
I would take a 5-minute break is all I need.
No, 5 minutes isn't enough.
Enough for me as of October 2024.
Okay. And
Michael, come on back.
Like super important moment for changing.
I'm game.
Right.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can.
Keeps leaving on me.
Cast tonight.
I just gotta wait till I have a fourth person in here. Okay.
4.
All right. I'd like to welcome CEO Jennifer Kreidler Moss and Chief Corporate Affairs and Legal Officer Bryn Felix here to present item B1, an update on Peninsula Community Health Services. Thank you for being here and thank you for being patient. Next time we'll put you first.
Actually, I think you guys offered, but I had school.
Oh, okay.
That was
Well,
on me.
Oh, lesson learned.
yeah, we won't do this on a school night again.
We're just waiting for Jennifer and Oliver. We can wait.
Oh, you can start.
Right. All right.
Well, I don't know some of you, so I'm Jennifer Moss. I'm the CEO at Peninsula Community Health.
I'm Bryn, legal counsel.
And so I guess we'll just tell you a little bit about us. So I've been there for 23 years now. And so actually I started 23 years ago at Sixth Street Clinic. So I am a downtown core kind of human. I started the pharmacy program when we didn't have a pharmacy program. And so I spent about 10 years between the Sixth Street Clinic and Port Orchard Clinic, and then became their COO for a couple of years. And now I'm the CEO. This is my 10th year. I feel like it's both been incredibly long and incredibly short, both at the same time.
And I joined Peninsula in 2018 or 19, first as a patient board member, and then had the opportunity to come on as our very first in-house counsel during COVID and through our legal department. So again, we really want to say thank you for letting us present. For those of you who are newer to the council, we're excited to kind of talk about our presence in Bremerton. We've got a lot going on here in Bremerton, and we'll talk about our service area and such. But for those of you who've been on the council longer, in the last couple of years, we've greatly expanded our scope of services. And so that's kind of what we're going over today. So to just kind of give you a bit of a snapshot of who we are, where we serve, and who we serve, we have 50, as of our latest count, 52,000 patients, over 52,000 served. And our service area encompasses all of Kitsap County, from Bainbridge Island down to Port Orchard, what we call rural Pierce County, our side of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, and then portions of Mason County in Shelton and in Belfair. Notably, our patient population has increased 50% in the last 10 years. So we've undergone an explosive amount of growth. I think that partly speaks to some of the healthcare access issues that we've been seeing countywide as a whole, but also taking more and more commercial patients as well. So our patient base is, as you can see, 50% Medicaid. We also serve a significant Medicare population. We have uninsured individuals, and then also some commercial.
So that's a significant change. It's also a difference compared to the health centers that are across the state. So we are obviously your health center that is Kitsap, Mason, and a little bit of Pierce we do. There are 27 other centers that service the state. They are all independent private agencies. And they, in general, see way more Medicaid than we see. So over the course of our last 10 years, especially, we have started seeing way more commercial and Medicare patients. So that's a big change for us. It is a purposeful board decision. So the only requirements we have from the federal government are that we see uninsured patients who don't have an ability to pay. We are purposely making the decision to see all patients in our area with equal access. We don't prioritize any one over the other. And honestly, though, that is hard on our budget. We are set up in a manner where Medicaid is actually our preferred payer. So when we take commercial patients, we actually do worse as a federally qualified health center. And it's set up that way on purpose. It's why we get along so well with our hospital system. Our hospital system tends to prefer commercial patients. We tend to not prefer commercial patients from a payer standpoint. Meanwhile, we all want all patients who come in, and we treat them all. And so that's why we have been able, for all the things that you can talk about, how sometimes we need more variety, but sometimes it works out just fine the way. So we are able to coexist with our one hospital system really well.
Do you think some of this is like Affordable Care Act? Like, because some of those plans are, a more basic
Catastrophic
plan. Yeah.
So one of the things in the FQs is we ask everybody for their income information. And if what you owe us, whether you're commercial or Medicare, would be less if you were uninsured, we slide those co-pays and your cost shares down. So people who are on affordable care with those catastrophic plans, once you find your way to us, when we slide you for family and household, we especially do you right in the pharmacy area. You have to be our patient to use our pharmacy. That's part of our federal buying program. But especially for some brand name products, the diabetes space and the asthma space, we can save patients like that significant amounts of money. And we think that's why our mix has shifted over the years.
What I know and appreciate about Peninsula is there's been a cultural change in ensuring people on this, like getting them insurance in the network. Like people who come in uninsured, helping to support them, provide technical assistance through that process, like right on site. And I think that's an amazing like addition to the program.
I think we have a slide, yeah. that
Yeah,
talks-
did I spoiler alert
No,
you?
no, no,
I should have transitioned later.
No, it all fits together. It's
Yeah, it
exactly
does,
true.
yeah.
It does. So we serve as the navigator for Kitsap.
For Medicaid.
Even
For
just like
Medicaid.
people can come to the counter and you figure out they're not sure and they just like go to another counter, like right on site. And that's amazing.
And then for
They don't have to make an appointment and come back.
Medicare, it's Sheba, and so that's the name. And we are the county agency, so whether or not you are a patient or not, we serve that role for the entirety of the county. And then we help coordinate for other agencies, because some of the other agencies do have those navigator people on site. And so we help coordinate out for the whole county.
And before I move on, council member, I'm not sure if this addresses your question, but all federally qualified health centers have the federal mandate that we have to serve everyone regardless of their insurance or ability to pay. So no one will ever get rejected, depending on whether the type of insurance they have or whether they have it at all. Yeah. And then, so we've got, it's always hard to count what constitutes a clinic, but we have 32 clinic sites. So this includes brick and mortar clinics, like our flagship at 6th Street, which you've all, I'm sure, seen. This includes school-based clinics. It also includes our extensive suite of mobile units. So we've got mobile dental, mobile medical, mobile behavioral health, and we're working to get mobile mammography in line.
And so that's been a change too. Do you have all the clinics listed? No, right? Pardon? You don't have all the clinics listed, right?
No, I have a little bit of a map.
One of the big changes we've made over the last 10 years is to do a lot of co-locations. And so we have been in Salvation Army, we're in Agape, we're in some of the KMH, multiple KMH, Kitsap mental health sites. And so where we find a partner of ours, a like partner who is able to give us space, we end up locating with them because it just helps reduce traffic in some of our clinics, but it helps serve people where they're used to going. And so that model has worked out really good.
Do you have one in Pendleton? I forget.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for those of you who've been around and seen Peninsula, I think most people are familiar with our clinical services. So this is primary care in the medical, dental, behavioral health, and pharmacy space. PCHS is a licensed behavioral health clinic, and a lot of people are not quite certain about how we interact with other behavioral health agencies like Kitsap Mental Health. So we address low to moderate acuity for behavioral health, and then as people kind of scale up, we refer to KMHS, and it's sort of a bi-directional referral depending on how people are doing. And then medical, it would also include things like cancer screening, nutrition services, health education, and our patient span from pediatric through geriatric.
And you brought up our insurance enrollment work, and so we do a lot with that. We do have a grant to do that. I think they pay for one FTE. I think currently we have 5 on the books. We pay for the rest. And it's just a matter of, to your point, if insurance is your entry to care, doesn't necessarily mean that you can find a provider, but it really is the difference between people, I think, a lot of times just seeking care at all, if they can pay for it or not. And then if we help insure them in primary care space, they can get to referrals, they can get PT and OT, right? And it just opens the door. So we have been doing that work for several years now.
So PCHS, in addition to insurance enrollment and transportation, we also offer language access services. So about 8% of our patients are served in a language served in a language other than English, which is that kind of list is actually what our translation part looks like. It's really cool. Any language that is needed, we are able to access, including ASL.
And we use in-person interpreters for some of our longer appointments. Some of our longer counseling appointments, our longer nutrition appointments are still done best with in-person interpreters. We don't use it for all of our appointments because if a patient happens to not be able to make it, we have to pay for that anyway. Some of our other appointments, like dental, doesn't have a lot of talking, a little bit before, a little bit after. So we tend to use video for this kind of thing. Phone calls, we use video.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have the phone service at all, like the school district does?
Per minute, that is still the most expensive video.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the States. I don't know. We actually do 5 minutes. It's still in person is cheapest. then, but you have to pay per hour at a time,
Okay.
then video, then phone.
In the last several years, PCHS has grown its support services in tandem with our clinical services. And really this started shortly after COVID. We started screening patients at every visit for some of their highest needs. And we found that housing, food access, and dental were the top three, which is not surprising if we know our community well. So PCHS has, slowly started opening up new service lines to really try to address some of these root causes where that clinical wellness isn't the only way to treat them. So I will be speaking more about housing on the next couple slides, just because most of our housing projects right now are based in Bremerton. But I will say we're very, very excited in terms of food. We're building a community meal center. So on Pacific, right next to the Butyl Post Office, there's a white building with pink piping. Currently says New Day Ministries. It's actually owned by PCHS, and that's going to be the home of the future meal center.
Are they still going to be doing it, the New Day Ministry, or are they moving? Have they already moved?
They've already.
Oh, okay.
How long have you owned it? Oh, goodness. Probably, almost a year.
Over a year to 2 years.
So do you work with Bremerton Food Line to get surplus food for them?
So we're working with them. The community meal center, we very purposely wanted to create a space that is not duplicative. We don't want to, take over anything that they're already doing or what they're serving. We're trying to kind of broaden the food ecosystem here and the food continuum. And so one of the primary functions of the center is going to be creating meals for our medical respite, and I'll be getting to that soon as well. But at the old Rescue Mission building, it's actually in the Kitsap Sun right now. It's a little video about the former Kitsap Rescue Mission is now the PCHS Medical Respite Building. Those are individuals who are experiencing homelessness who are discharged from the hospital and need a safe place to rest and recuperate.
Probably about June.
Okay.
And so we'll be cooking meals for those residents. Also preparing food bags. We give away a ton of free food in our clinics while people are awaiting to get to the food bank.
What we're just finding in general is there is a huge chunk of patients who don't qualify for traditional meal programs through the state, but don't have enough food either. And so we're running into the backpack kids are in school, and we're running into just larger and larger groups that's kind of in that income bracket. And so we see a lot of those patients who identify with us as struggling to pay their food bill, eating much more unhealthy over time. And so we're looking to work in that space. So above the food banks, so we're not competing with them for the same resources, but how do we spread it? And then for us, we want to do it connected to our medical kind of programs and our nutrition services and things like that.
And the other pretty significant new service line is Peninsula Community Health Housing. So a couple of years ago, 2023-ish, PCHS became a landlord for the first time. So we have sort of two different arms of our housing program. We have a workforce housing component, which is up on the left, Sage Apartments. That's a 29-unit apartment building where PCHS employees are welcome to live there. We found that it has been an invaluable resource for our employees in that, one, it serves for some as emergency housing. If you're finding that you've got an unsafe place to live, the apartments have been a nice transitional place for people who need to stay there. It's also been, in terms of healthcare recruitment and healthcare workforce, an incredible recruitment tool. When we bring in providers from other jurisdictions who need a place to land before they find their long-term home, it's been a great place for that too. And it's just been a great mixing of staff from our own CJS community.
I believe that's in District 2. Just want to acknowledge that.
We've had multiple residents who've lived there, like our dentist resident, our pharmacist resident, people who come to the area and they just don't know anything about it yet. And so for them, they're students still, so they don't have money to come visit one and try to figure it out. And so it's so much easier for us to recruit them here and then they stay. And the same thing is with new providers. They're also students before they're providers, so they don't have any money yet.
So one thing I want to make real clear to the community too you get the multifamily tax exemption, and it's the best use of that exemption for that truly workforce housing.
We just filled it out again. You guys just prompted us. We just sent it back again. It has been super helpful for us.
Is that, is it full right now?
It's not full at the moment, no.
And we've made the purposeful decision to keep it isolated on purpose to our staff, and we keep units open on purpose. So we had just had an individual who was displaced from a house fire. And because we had a unit open and furnished, we were able to have her move in. We've had domestic violence situations. We've had just short-term needs that got into. We've had our own staffing cars. So we purposely have kept it flexible enough that we have both permanent residents who have been there since we opened, and we've had yearly turnovers with professional staff, and we've had the ability to move people in and out for multiple reasons. So we are quite happy with how it's shaping up.
I just had talked to somebody and they were saying, oh, you know, I'm having a hard time finding housing. And then I said, oh, well, they had expressed they were that they were an employee of Peninsula, and they have said, oh, well, it's really hard to get into those units. That I guess I don't qualify based on my pay. So, but it's not just, but just to be fair, it's not exactly like just because you're a Peninsula employee doesn't mean you're eligible for this housing.
So
it's for strategically, like maybe traveling nurses and like some of the situations you said, or I don't know.
Actually, we kept the eligibility criteria as low and broad as we could. So people have to be an employee for a couple months before. There's an exception for, you know, providers who are coming in who need the short-term housing, but in general, there's no limitation based on your role. And it's, I think, you know, you need to not be in a performance improvement plan kind of a thing. But otherwise, it's very, very low barrier.
What could be, we will tell you what we are running into because we're looking at trying to figure out how to solve the problem. We have to, we choose to offer the housing at market rate, and we're able to kind of look at the market and target that to what still meets the definition of market rates, that we don't have to tax our employees on it. And we find in doing that, that it is still probably not affordable for some of our employees.
Even though it's at the very, very lowest threshold of what is considered affordable.
So it's not exactly subsidized.
It is not subsidized.
Okay, perfect. That's probably why too, right? Okay.
And so what we're looking at is as we keep looking at where we're going to expand next. So two things go on. We also don't have patients there. And so that's what brings us to our second line of housing, different topic, which we'll get to. But we're looking at where we can build or find money, or what our next project where we can incorporate something that more looks like a model of a congregate rent a room kind of thing, like the old dorm, what has a kitchen in the middle, you rent a room, much more affordable for somebody that's just a single person looking for that, wants to kind of hang out in a dorm style, individual bathrooms kind of thing. And we're looking at that now, and we keep looking at where we think we're going to do that next. Where it makes sense for us to do it is in Bremerton, because we have so many clinics and locations here that we can look at places where we don't have to worry about parking as much, and we can look. So we are pretty sure that in the near future, we will figure that out, which will then give us a price point for a different group of our staff. So what we have several of, I think, over the course of time, is where two of our employees will share rent at our current location. And that gets them to the right price point. But not everybody wants a roommate.
Yeah.
So that may be where you're situated.
So then shifting over to our permanent supportive housing, that yellow house, the cedar house, right around the corner from this building, which is our very first permanent supportive housing home. We also received some appropriations from the legislature this past session to be able to purchase 3 reentry homes for people who've been justice involved, because we know that you know, someone's criminal record can be a huge barrier to housing as well as employment. And so we received some county funding for that, some state capital funding, and that little blue house below is based in Port Orchard, and one of our reentry homes. We're still in the process of procuring the other ones. So another piece, kind of to speak to what Jennifer said, is we have a huge vision. Hemlock, you'll see, Hemlock is the plot that's right across from the medical respite. We would love to be able to turn that into 40 affordable housing units.
Yeah.
Our dream is to be able to have people discharged from medical respite straight into housing. But we tend to need some capital assistance. We've been successful previously with the legislature, but that's not a go right now. And then from the 110 CIA funding. So it's always some, local support that has enabled us to do this project with PCHS pitching in part of the way. So that's the hope with Hemlock. And I don't know if you can picture it in your mind on 6th Street across from Respite, but it's
now a lot.
It's now a lot, yeah.
Yes,
Which
the number of
needed to
units,
happen.
I mean, we've got multiple sets of drawings, and ultimately the number of units is going to be contingent upon what we can get funding.
We have a 42 unit version and a 15 unit version, and we have expended our ability to fund capital. These are our friends.
Yes.
Friends.
And it's not not all of them, but there's some of the partners that we work most closely with here. And I don't know if you want to talk about fire.
Yeah.
Well, they're here in the room, as a matter of fact, so you might as well.
So they're one of our oldest mobile response kind of projects. And so we've tried different things, I think, over the years, which we can speak of. We originally tried just focusing on high utilizers and found some people we just can't quite make some ground on. And so right now we're focusing a lot more on kind of our people we can make some change on in the mid utilizers. And when we come online with Respite, that the guys helped us actually plan the building out and how we get people through the stairs. So we've had an ongoing multiple year. And so we still send somebody over to Vince once a week, right? Yeah.
At least one.
Yeah. And so we've got an ongoing relationship where they send people to us and we take our mobile team out. And so it's been a great partnership for us in a variety of ways.
And I won't walk through every single partnership up there, but really this is to demonstrate that we're willing to work with anybody who's willing to work with us. We're now getting into the food space, but before that, Food Line, the library, these are places that we bring our mobile units to, and we're a nice community. We work closely with VHA on housing vouchers, of course, coordinated entry, all those through KCR, and I've already spoken a bit about KMHF. So this is projects that are specifically in our neighborhood.
So the top right corner is what that New Day Ministry building will look like. And so we've gone through design review, that's approved.
Okay.
And so at this point, we are in the midst of capital funding for that.
It'd be so much nicer. Oh, I like
We're
it.
excited about that. And so different components of that are really to make the meals that will go to our respite center because it doesn't have a commercial kitchen in it. It just has the ability for us to heat food and stuff like that to meet our needs. But this will let us actually do it. When you guys actually helped us as a city with that, part of that idea. When we were talking about that, you guys know that in general, food truck type things and some of those smaller businesses need to be able to prepare foods in a commercial kitchen. We just had no feel for that. So part of our model of sustainability around that is to make sure we're building a kitchen and we have the plans to do that we can rent out at a low cost donation thing to let small businesses do that work and have a commercial kitchen, another here down in Bremerton. And then for us, because we're so close, we can watch it overnight and generate funds and then put the funds back in the sustainability of keeping that program up and running.
I'd be happy to chat with you about that later.
Yeah, we're learning as we go. So.
Yeah, I did too. There's a lot to learn.
And then in the big space, how we connect our big dots, like in the federal Medicaid changes right now, we know that work requirements are coming for our individuals to remain on Medicaid. And so we're thinking through, we know we can't employ everybody. You either have to work or you have to volunteer. We know that we want to help solve some of that for our community to help keep our residents on their coverage where it's appropriate. And we think we can take some people who can't necessarily work in healthcare or volunteer, all the time in healthcare and do some of that through our meal center. So we're thinking think Coffee-O, but for adults, right? We're looking to do because we have many more patients in that older age group who will need volunteer placed in a structured manner. So we think we'll do something with the meal center. Hemlock, we talked about, that's the middle. You are right, it is a lot now. And so when funding comes through someday, it will be low-income housing of some type. And that's like one of the places where we're like, and on the top floor, can we put, staff housing? So that's one of the areas we're looking at for that. Respite is red now, red and white. It has a plan to get a big mural down the side. I think it's the 7-Eleven side that actually looks like red bricks. And so it will look like a bricked front. And so we're working with the same muralist who did the back of our 6th Street clinic.
Nice.
Right now we're anywhere between May and July. So, respite is 22 beds. I think it's 22 beds. And so medical respite is a huge, we will have, we believe, the biggest freestanding medical respite in the entire state. The other 2 big programs, there's one in Yakima, which is a mixed respite and housing homeless program. And then there's Harborview is actually the other one, and they use a hospital that they don't. And we've been and we visited both multiple times. And so respite, if you don't know, it's the medical care of homeless individuals while they are recuperating from the hospital, or they don't need to go to the hospital if you can keep them in a medical facility and provide care. So it is for hospital diversion from the ER, or it is to prevent hospital board when the hospital can't discharge. So it solves both ends of that hospital.
You guys able to help people like tap into Medicaid if they fall sick?
That's what we're talking about for. We qualify you when you come. We do the whole county, not just our patients. Yep, and we do both Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah, they can help you sign up on the spot.
Yep. And then as a provider system, there are 5 Medicaid plans in our state. We take all 5. And so that's a purposeful choice as well. People sometimes they can get auto assigned, sometimes they can come from different areas of the state. And so we take all of them. Not all centers do across the state. The bottom left is our new dental clinic. And so that was an old dental clinic that's right out on Kitsap Way. So that gray building that's kind of by the coffee stand, and actually where you guys maintain a parking lot. There's that from the city of Bremerton has that parking that kind of goes one way all in a row. It's right across from like Jack in the Box area in there. Yeah. And so that's our dental clinic will come on this summer.
Yes.
And then we are looking to put in another new dental clinic by Pizza Hut. We call them Pizza Hut Dental. And so that project, we have
I think that's my old dentist office.
Probably.
I was like, oh, they should know about that. I'm glad you do.
We're talking to him right now to see if we can't work out a deal to lease some space over there. We're going to focus on our senior population there because we have the Family Dental is the one that's on
Boys and
Girls Club. Yeah. So that one was a pediatric focused clinic that we helped take over when that provider was going to leave the area.
Is there dental over here right now?
We have dental at 6. Yep, we have dental here at Claire.
And will this one move?
No, no, we just keep
Just expanding it.
Yeah, and so those 2 will be 2 more additional dental. And then Bay Vista is our big project up by Winco. And so that blue roof is a great big firehouse looking building. And inside that is where we'll park all of our mobile units. And it also, that red at the front corner there actually will be a big walk-in clinic. So we'll have, I think we're going to have 10 or 12 exam rooms there. And it's where we're going to actually locate the majority of our walk-in access going forward. So the firehouse part will be open in the middle of the summer, and we'll move all our mobile units in. The walk-in access part, we will open right at the end of the year. And so then we'll have walk-in appointments all the time. So think urgent care without x-ray, because we don't do x-ray. We leave that for people who should do x-ray, not us. But that'll move up to Bay Vista.
So that's the Bay Vista is housing for trucks?
Yes.
And a clinic.
It will be a clinic as well.
And it will be a clinic by the end of the year.
That's the whole project?
Well, so that whole project is a campus. It's just also contingent on funding. So in the biggest of worlds, one day it will have a really big clinic and all of our services that are only one of kind of things will move out there. So someday we are looking to do vision. We don't do vision. And it's just a matter of if it becomes a priority in the federal landscape or if we find funding, we'll do vision someday. We really want a big drive-through pharmacy for our system down here. None of our pharmacies are drive-through in the area. And so that would allow us to do like a standalone drive-through pharmacy that you could come into. We're looking at doing a program for adult,
Sure. Great. PACE is a program, and it's think of an elder daycare, a day center where people can come during the daytime, and it's got clinical services, but it also has a lot of social emotional opportunities, bingo, dancing. I mean, it's a place that's supposed to be a
Place
fun-
for me.
every time we say that, it's like, yeah, for me, right? We're like, yeah,
bingo.
I'll drop you off. Like,
So is this like the senior center that the heart department runs?
This will be different.
There's
PACE
medical.
It stands for Program for All Inclusive Care for the Elderly. It's a formal type of designated programming that includes both clinical and support services. And there isn't one in our region in Kitsap County. There's a few in the state, but it's really great at combating social isolation. You know, it's not just a place to get clinical services. It's a place to build community. You know, folks are retired. It's a place where you can send your parents, you know, to meet up with a friend.
it's somewhere like nursing home, but you go home at the end of the day.
Right.
Like you are actively cared for all day so your family can work and you're not home alone, but you go home at the end of the day and still stay part of your family.
So this is a much wider reach than just the Bay Vista.
That's the first
population.
building we have.
I'm sure having folks engage at that level probably gives them better access to care because maybe they
Correct.
don't, they don't.
There has to be a medical director on all day. There has to be, activity services, exercise.
Somebody to maybe encourage them to.
Yeah.
Will the fence be up? I'm serious. There's a fence right now around the
Correct.
campus, so is this like a secure? I mean, I'm thinking like there might be situations where you have elders with dementia. I mean, is this kind of like where you're?
That's, I think nursing home, like when you do a
Right.
place like that, it's really like a lockdown kind of, it's a secure.
I'm telling you, Christy.
Drop me off. Yeah.
Okay.
And the fence is there now because we've had some
Drink a
break-ins.
slot machines, then it would be.
So I think once we occupy like the clinic all the time.
But to answer your question, this is what you're seeing up here is the beginning of a much larger campus. That will be a multi-year process. Any other questions? I know I said 15 minutes, but really
So-
appreciate the engagement.
So I have a question. There's a lot of social media attention on Bremerton and for the situation where we don't have a clear path right now for shelter space. I mean, we've got a path, but it's kind of wiggly. And a lot of people from the northern part and the more wealthier parts of the Kitsap County are saying, well, Bremerton needs to solve this because you're the only place with services. And so the theory is like, all the poor people live in Bremerton, so Bremerton takes care of them. But it's my understanding that you have clinics in almost every community, right?
And the most recent one we opened was on Baker's Hill.
Yeah. So there's some services that people could partake in there.
Well, and so we currently have a clinic inside the Pacific Shelter. So we
Mhm.
actually are doing on-site medical care in the shelter that exists. And that was partially because we did mobile care all during COVID
Right,
when the rescue mission had their space up at the hotel.
right.
And so our Rested is very much a homeless program. It's
Mhm.
very much taking care of the medical and lower level behavioral health needs
Mhm.
of the homeless community when they have both those they have to have a mental health or a substance diagnosis, and they have to have an ongoing medical. And so why we have a clinic right now at the shelter at Pacific is because those medical needs are largely often beyond the ability of shelter staff.
Right.
And so that's why for years we have a clinic space inside Salvation Army. And right now, because we're in transition, we take our mobile there once a week or once a week. We still park our mobile in the Salvation Army parking lot, and we do medical basically on site still. So that's what respite is for us. It's the equivalent of, it's just for our lens, we start at medical and then do house.
Right.
But we definitely view it as a regional medical institution.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, like Jennifer said, it's going to be the biggest one in the state, but it's not meant to be the Bremerton. I mean, it happens to be located in Bremerton because that made the most sense, you know. But we're going to be drawing people from other hospitals aside from.
Yes.
So
I'm just trying to make it clear to the rest of the county that we're not the only place with services.
Yeah.
So that they can also help
and part
with
of our
the
respite
situations.
program core model that makes ours different because we do such extensive transportation. Our behavioral health team will be working with our respite patients, and if during their stay with us, they can help identify for that patient if they have somewhere safe to go and supportive that's in our state, we will drive them to that location. So to your point, I mean, not only is it not just a Bremerton thing or a Kitsap thing, like in the end, and a lot of times our patients can't get to the next place.
Right.
So if we can stabilize their medical needs, stabilize their behavioral health needs, and then help them get to a family situation that's better somewhere in the state, we will help them get there.
Well, I really appreciate the work you do for our community and even for Bainbridge Island.
Well, and we have good support. And Mayor, you guys have sent us support letters. You've helped us fund part of our project, and we've had great support. We've had support from the hospital. We definitely are behind on our schedule due to all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Like it was just the COVID phenomena that couldn't get parts. So we're happy we're actually gonna open way over budget.
Yeah, it really does come
But it's
down
gonna
to
happen.
The community partnerships have been essential for all of our budgets.
Great. Does anybody else have any comments before we let them go home? Anna?
Thank you. So just again, this one's for the community. When I was on the Kitsap Housing and Homelessness Coalition, the last meeting, Tony Loftus Lyon, hyphenated guy, was saying that community groups can contact PCHS to get the mobile unit to their location. So just something for people to know. And I'm sure you know that every single person at this table totally appreciates PCHS. And I hope you don't mind that we're just a little shell shocked because everything just happens to be in Bremerton.
Oh, I'm yeah.
There's one thing I wanted to bring to your attention in case you don't know. Have you guys heard of Care Portal yet? It's just been introduced to Kitsap County, and providers, social workers, whatever, can sign up and send in a text of what somebody's specific needs are. So if you have a patient that they need a new bed, or they need bedding or clothes, or they're short on their utility bill, you can put that request in, and then all the people who belong, like as of Monday, there was 100 people in Bremerton who signed up, but eventually it will be a lot more, and they will supply whatever the request is. And most of those requests are filled within a week.
Who owns the food?
I don't know, but it's called Care Portal.
Sort of like a wedding registry for.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Not for Needs.
Yeah.
I have some, there's an online presence now though, but it's something that you guys could really take advantage of.
I was just gonna say that I remember hearing about, especially the clinic, over 20 years ago, when I got out of the military. I've been very fortunate that I retired, so I've had healthcare and haven't really had to worry about navigating things. But somebody I worked with, is I was working in a place that didn't have this. And one of my coworkers was explaining to me that they would go to the clinic and and they could get care, and they were uninsured, and it just kind of opened my eyes to that. I'm a big fan. I drive the street a lot. I live at the top of the hill. I work downtown, and I just really appreciate it when you're down, and you just blown me away with what you're doing.
We would be happy to give, any and all of you tours of.
Yeah.
I like to give the walking tour starting at 6th Street and then walk up to the meal center and walk over to Respite and
Yeah.
unlock. So if anybody wants to come visit, our 6th Street is our flagship. It has all of our major critical service lines.
I'd love to see it.
Great.
We rearranged all the doors.
But we
Like a
put nice
shelf.
signs up. We put
There-
signs
yes,
up. See? Okay. Actually, we get a lot of feedback. We really do. On any given day, can anybody have not the best experience? Sure. Like we have 50,000 patients who walk in every day and we have 400 staff, and on any given day, it might not be everybody's best day. But we really try. Like we really want to do right by people. And I think over the last 15 points. We're getting it way better than we used to, right? And so I tell people all the time, wasn't a great day for us. Come on back, man. Like let's try again. And so I appreciate that,
I appreciate those comments. So I did used to be a client there, and I did not have great experiences. But what was nice is that I, could go there when I didn't have insurance, because back in the day, you had to be pregnant or very broke to have insurance. And I went through some trials and tribulations. I don't know if I spoke about it before, but around about that time, it might not have been the best experience, but it was accessible healthcare. It was the only accessible healthcare to me at the time. And so I'm just curious, like, what are some ways that you feel like that your organization has worked to make the customer service experience better?
So I'm going to credit our board of directors in the last several rounds of strategic planning. The emphasis has always been, we've kind of restructured our pillars. So really focusing on that customer service piece and just see the patient is what our staff hears over and over. Just see the patient, treat the patient like family. These are all phrases that our staff have internalized now. You're seeing a patient, treat them like it's your brother. Or your,
we always say like a patient, like family.
Like family that you like.
Family like you like. Right. It's like treat them like family. Wait, that you like.
Were there, best practices was there anything that was data driven that changed the culture?
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think honestly, a lot of it is emotional driven, or just the drive to do good, or people ended up hanging around long enough that there's just more ownership in it. So we have a chunk of providers now who've been there in the 15 to 20 year range. We have a chunk of staff who've been there now in the 15 to 20 year range. And so I just think over time, and we have staff who come and go. We tend to find staff who will go to Seattle and make more money, or go to our other providers and make more money. And then some of them come back, because the schedule's better, or, the hours are better, or they miss their friends. Like, it's just part of, honestly, of community health centers. I think we really just have become part of the community in a lot of ways. And so some of our programs just straight up don't pencil out, right? They're bad financial programs, but they're some of the best work we do. And so I think we tend to have people who resonate with this piece of the work, or this piece of the work. And as we've made more pieces, I think people have found themselves in them. So we have people who just love traditional clinic work. That's their thing. We have other people so Tony you met who works for Bremerton Fire, right? Who loves the diversity of program work, loves mobile work. We have school work. We have partnership work. I think that's just kind of, I think as we've grown, we've found our people, amongst our people.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having us.
That's good info.
All right, I'm gonna call for a 15-minute break. We'll get back here at 20 of 9.
15-minute break.
Well, it's not quite. We got a quorum.
Let's go. Let's roll. 9:15, right?
I'm calling the February 25th, 2026 meeting, study session back to order. And I've changed the order a little bit. So next up is, so where are you?
Thanks.
Welcome Planning Manager Garrett Jackson, here to present item B4.
Okay, thank you for having us, City Council. We're here to discuss zoning code amendments to the critical areas ordinance, which regulates environmentally sensitive areas like wetlands, streams, and others. The Shoreline Master Program, which regulates shorelines of the state, think saltwater shorelines and Kitsap Lake. And the landscaping code, which regulates landscaping outside of critical areas. So it's more discretionary on the part of the city. This is a wonkish conversation, at the end of which it would be nice to receive feedback from the city council on, is this presentation explanatory enough for the public? Do you want less because there's too much? Do you want more? As far as what we're showing the public, we think this is a good balance to get us through this very thick and wonkish material. Speaking of that wonkish material, I have to my left Doug Yormick. He is with our consultant, Facet Northwest. They helped us through this process and are our subject matter experts. And Doug, if you would mind.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Doug Yormick with Facet, and we were brought on to update or help update the critical area ordinance. So we developed the best available science and then did a detailed gap analysis using that best available science to identify any gaps or missing elements within both the critical area ordinance and the shoreline master program. Had a pretty good team that consisted of other planners that have natural resource experience, wetland experience. And assisted Garrett through all of the code amendments.
Great. And if I'm trying to talk at a quicker clip, I'm just trying to respect your time to get through this presentation. If I need to slow down, please let me know. I won't be insulted.
I want to make a comment before you get started. So we purposefully left a whole 2-week break in between so that everybody could digest the questions, get information back to Anne, who was going to send all of our questions to Garrett. So all your questions need to be in writing to Anne no later than March 11th. Then she'll compile them and get them to Garrett so he can do a timely response. So I think the more questions that we can put in writing, I think it's going to be easier for the public to read them because those notes will be put into our agenda.
Right, and we're gonna go over schedule right now, just to show you where we've been, where we're going. But of course, that March 11th deadline is something, that we want to make council hyper aware of. To get those comments to Anne, we will then have to submit our packet to the city council on the 16th. So it's a very short turnaround time from the 11th to the 16th to prepare response material and share that with our consultant. Doug won't be at the regular meeting, but someone from Facet, potentially Doug will be here on March 25th for that follow-up study session. So where we've been, we had planning commission workshops in September, October, November, and another in December. It's not typical to have a planning commission meeting in December, but we had an extra meeting so that we provided an additional venue for public feedback. We then had a joint public hearing with the Department of Ecology in January. It's some additional process we can go through with the Department of Ecology to update the SMP that included a shared timeline for public comment. So just letting the city council know as far as that vetting is concerned, that official process. We are here tonight on the 25th, and on the meeting on March 4th, we'll provide an information only presentation to the public to let them know what code changes are coming up. This is all compiled into one presentation, but The next round in March 25th, April 1st will be two separate ordinances, so two separate public hearings. We'll only have written comment for this study session and regular meeting information only, but public hearing will be provide live comment for that. So just so you know, as far as how we can receive comment, we'll let the public know next week. Please provide comments in writing to City Council. Make sure that that's very clear.
Thank you.
The public hearing, is that at the planning commission or is that at the city council?
City Council. So the joint public hearing was with the Department of Ecology at the Planning Commission. The public hearing to actually adopt these ordinances would be April 1st. Just a quick policy review. I know, right? It's not lost on me either. I hear you. Quick policy review of why we're here. The Growth Management Act requires that cities and counties identify, designate, and protect critical areas. The Growth Management Act also requires that we plan for housing and jobs. So how do we thread that needle of planning spaces for housing, jobs, and critical areas? That's what this legislative process is about. We need to demonstrate no net loss. So essentially, the environment can't get worse than it is today in these designated critical areas. So there's a snapshot in time. Our goal as a city, no net loss. And we need to demonstrate and document best available science. So that's where Doug's team came in. We're very grateful for that. Provided we'll get into it more later, best available science. We can vary from best available science, but it needs to be documented. That'll come up more later too. And lastly, the shorelines of the state, Shoreline Management Act, which leads to our local shoreline master program, also ones we need to follow. And it is also in our own comprehensive plan. So we have adopted goals from our recently adopted comp plan for urban tree canopy, protecting environmentally sensitive areas and shorelines. We have a couple examples here. So getting right into our critical area ordinance. Our planning commission pointed out that we could do a better job educating the public for critical areas. So we just wanted to let the city council know that we have a new City Bremerton web page for DCD that's specific to critical areas. We had a shoreline web page before. We have a separate for critical areas now, just helping people find out. These are the critical areas that we do regulate. Wetlands, critical aquifer recharge areas, frequently flooded areas, geologically hazardous areas, and fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. Those are all defined further in your packet. If the presentation doesn't go into specifics and defining each one of those are, if that's a deficiency, then we can thicken up the presentation for the public. But that being said, this webpage also includes description on how to use the Kitsap County parcel search to identify if there's critical areas on your property. So not only is there information on our own Bremerton Municipal Code, there's some information on how to check if you have critical areas on your own lot or in the vicinity.
I would also like to let you know that AI Overview does a really great job too.
Perfect. For our CAO update, as Doug mentioned, Facet provided us with a critical area ordinance gap analysis. So what proposed code changes we have, if there's any deficiencies with our current code and state guidance. So that's published online. And just to briefly go through each one of these updates that we have, a little more specific on every section and packet, but the big one, increasing buffers for riparian areas, AKA streams. So best available science, as dictated by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, has determined that our stream buffers are inadequate and need to be widened to protect really fish for the most part. So right now we have a 150-foot buffer for fish-bearing streams, and that is being increased to 200 feet. And we have some non-fish bearing stream buffers of either 35 if it's seasonal or 50 if it's a year-round stream. And that's being increased to 100. So that's a significant increase. And still, this is departure from best available science. The Department of Fish and Wildlife prefer a site potential tree height way of determining a buffer, which essentially means that, like a conifer tree, the tallest that it could ever grow, that is what the buffer should be from a stream. And it's a site-by-site analysis that can be potentially time-consuming. And most jurisdictions are trying to make that more predictable. Every jurisdiction in CSEP, also making that 200-foot rather. Portage hasn't updated yet, but most jurisdictions doing a standardized model as opposed to site potential tree height. But this is a departure from best available science. It's documented. We need to put that in front of the city council so everybody recognizes that. While it provides more habitat, it is not strictly DFW guidance.
Just for clarification,
Please.
when you say riparian areas, there you're talking about fish-bearing streams. But in the next bullet point, when you talk about stream buffer reduction, you're talking about NFS.
So for stream buffer reductions, therefore any stream that you could have a buffer reduction for, also our next departure from best available science. So, and this is for stream buffer averaging and stream buffer reductions. Stream buffer averaging means that you add whatever you take away from your buffer, you're adding somewhere else. Actual reduction would be a straight reduction, but it's only proposed for existing development, not new sites. So essentially, if you have an intact 200-foot buffer, it will stay that way. But while recognizing that we're an urban area that doesn't necessarily fit that model, so there is some flexibility. Now, that being said, for each one of these departures, no net loss needs to be demonstrated, and outreach will be provided to the Department of Fish and Wildlife and tribal entities. So we don't make these decisions in a silo. We've been very collaborative as a department over time, and now we're codifying that with this update to ensure that we're not making decisions on reducing environmental buffers that aren't agreed upon or consulted with for partners. So the next bullet here is tribal notification, kind of across the board. There's a habitat function that's proposed with our critical area ordinance. This code update would include tribal notification and request for comment. The Squamish tribe and the Port Gamble Squalum tribe are both interested in providing and receiving notification and a potential for participation. We're already doing that. Once again, this is just codifying existing practices. Updates to definitions. So that's very broad. There's a lot of definitions that are up for either revision or for new definitions entirely. They're listed out with what are in your packet. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But that being said, it'd be very time consuming to go over each one. Generally, all of these definition updates were either identified by our consultant as being deficient with state practices or identified by tribal entities or the state agencies themselves on how they could be improved. One definition that I would like to draw everybody's attention to is our definition for qualified professional for wetland. Which we got request for revision from the Department of Ecology that our requirements were too strict to follow their guidance. And as is with many professions now, I think there's a generally a kind of loosening up of what kind of educational background you may be required in order to provide professional expertise. That being said, council decision. So
Is this federal or state?
State Department of Ecology provided that guidance.
Thank you.
So I wanted to make sure everyone is aware of that definition specifically because it is loosening up, not further constricting who can provide a wetland report.
I'm sorry.
Please.
Yeah, so our current 20.14 says that either a certified or a non-certified wetland scientist hired by the applicant can provide a wetland delineation, characterization, mitigation, yada, yada. So that was overly strict.
as identified without solicitation from the Department of Ecology.
Certified or uncertified.
Correct.
So like
If we, and they're,
Chief Mechanic.
Oh, maybe I can do it.
I didn't-
I was gonna say side hustle. I'm the queen of side hustles.
didn't-
Tell me how I get into this.
I'd encourage you to review the specific definition and email any questions you might have.
I
so it
will.
doesn't take up.
I will try not to take up.
But I did entirely want to point that out.
Okay.
Public agency exception. So if there's an existing public road or facility that cannot be built without some sort of impact to a critical area, there is a public agency exception where if it's to the good of the public, you can have limited exemptions from the critical area ordinance. This code already exists, but it's a type 3 hearings examiner decision. We're proposing to make that a type 2 administrative decision in order to cut down on the amount of red tape while at the same time providing increased notification to our tribal and state agencies for feedback. So we feel like that's a good balance in making sure that everyone is being heard to ensure environmental health while cutting back on red tape if we need a public project to go through. Tree removal and potential fines. So this is another large part of the CAO update that will get attention. So that if you cut a tree down in a critical area or a critical area buffer, you could be subject to fine. And that would be $5,000 for a significant tree and $1,000 for what we're calling a non-significant tree, but essentially is just not defined as a significant tree in our landscaping code. And $0 for a tree that's 4 inches or less, as measured from 4 feet high. So that was a number that was debated pretty extensively with our planning commission. Our planning commissioner, Eric Peterson, has some background in forestry, and he recommended that 4-inch in diameter mark as a good starting place. Now, just because there isn't a fine doesn't mean there's not mitigation. Our current code requires that if you cut down a tree in a critical area, then you replace that tree 3 to 1. So it doesn't mean that if you cut a tree down, there isn't a consequence, but we have found that in some cases, there isn't a lot of teeth in our code. That if we tell you, no, you can't cut a tree down in a critical area or buffer, and people do it anyway because they're comfortable replanting 3 trees as opposed to retaining that 1. So we're trying to provide a disincentive that if you reach out to staff and ask, can we do this? And we say, no, do not do that. And you do it anyway. We're trying to provide a convincing argument of why you shouldn't do that. Single family home exemption for critical aquifers. A lot of our jurisdictional neighbors have exemptions from providing hydrogeologic report for developments with impervious surfaces over a certain amount. Our jurisdictional neighbors typically have an exemption for single family home as they're seen as a low impact to critical aquifers. We're looking to make sure that our Bremerton municipal code is similar for single family homes that are low impact developments. And once again, because a hydrogeologic report can be expensive and time consuming, that's the reasoning behind it.
So with smaller lots, somebody could build 100 houses and not have to do this report if
you're a subdivision, that's going to be a different story. This is for a single family
for like one single family home. Okay.
Yeah. Non-conforming provisions for existing single family homes. So this was a portion that Kitsap County had and in their critical area ordinance, and it provides a bit of relief for existing single family homes to have a limited expansion. So we've heard, from some that we might even just copy and paste the critical area code from Kitsap County. We've found with our jurisdictional neighbors that they would prefer we not do that and have a little more structure than some items in their code. But that being said, this portion is taken from Kitsap County. It's a little more strict than theirs, but provides for some limited expansion of single family homes in critical areas. And we updated a lot of our language to respond to comments we received from the Department of Ecology, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Port Gamble Squam Tribe, and Squamish Tribe. So We have extensively revised the code to reflect that comment period. Best available science, as I mentioned earlier, Doug and his team at Facet provided us this document available on our city webpage. It provides for long-range planning for climate, wetlands, and all the other critical areas that we talked about previously, including addressing site potential tree height. There's a link to that in your packet. Moving on to the Shoreline Master Program. Most of our updates were identified with the comprehensive plan update about what we were intending to address with the SMP to be in conformance with our newly adopted comprehensive plan. There's also a facet gap analysis for the SMP available online, linked in your packet. Updates include for critical cultural resources. So once again, working with local tribes to identify if there are cultural resources, artifacts or human remains that we coordinate with local tribes and DAP on notifications so that they can provide us comment for proposed developments if there needs to be an archaeological study to ensure that those resources aren't destroyed with that development. Updating definitions, pretty limited, but like multifamily development is defined as 2 dwelling units or more to kind of encompass this large array of housing types that we have coming at us nowadays with all different types of names. So there's single family development, and then there's multifamily, adding that to definitions. Shoreline maps. So our maps were ugly and not very descriptive. An example of that later in the presentation, but we're updating that for parcel lines, street names. There's a big change at the county at some point where the street names changed, particularly over in Jackson Park. So just that basic aesthetic is updated, and then there is changing the shoreline designation name from single family residential to low density residential. Each one of those maps needed to be updated. Once again, we're shifting from a single family zone to a low density residential zone. We've gone through that comprehensive plan update. This is making sure that our nomenclature is consistent with the comp plan. And allowed uses. Once again, those expanded housing uses that we talked about with the comp plan now being permitted for the SMP. Updating code for consistency with new zone in the downtown Savaria plan. This is a very minor kind of housekeeping issue. There's a zone that is no longer exists, named in the shoreline management program that's downtown. With the comp plan, we changed the name of the zone, which just needs to reflect that in the updated SMP. This is what I was talking about with those maps. This is an oversimplification and just meant to be funny saying they were ugly, but you can see for current and proposed, there's this kind of white expanse of lack of detail on the left-hand map for current. And we fill that in with the proposed so people can tell in relation to their property where these shoreline designations are located. Once again, updating that name from single family residential to low density residential. And then we're correcting a mapping discrepancy. In 2017, the shoreline designation for this area in red dash circle was updated from commercial to multifamily in downtown, but that wasn't also updated with map D. So map D shows the old designation. It was an oversight. It should have been updated at that time. So we'll be correcting that with the SMP update. Moving on to the landscaping code. Once again, landscaping is for areas outside of critical areas. So outside of critical areas that potentially for housing and jobs, and where's the correct balance for landscaping. That being said, landscaping is tricky. The National Fire Protection Association has, you'll see this image here up on the upper portion of the screen, as an area that they recommend for protecting your home from wildfires, and that can be fairly extensive outside the envelope of your home. Washington State Department of Natural Resources has a new tool called the Wildland Urban Interface, and that limits where development can happen in relation to forested areas. And if you do develop, then it needs to have extra protections and fireproofing on those buildings, which have an added expense. That process is still getting updated with the state, but this is a consideration you need to keep in mind. Trees and landscaping must consider overhead electrical lines, underground utilities, effects on neighboring properties, and other factors. So there's a lot to consider on what we should require for individual lots in the city for landscaping and how that code fits in on a case-by-case basis, including costs associated with developing new housing and businesses. That was a emphasis by the Planning Commission is, how will our potentially expansive landscaping code, how will that impact creating new housing and jobs in the city? The Kitsap Building Association weighed in on that as well with this letter that's provided here. And to go for an overview of the updates, it starts with the intent. The intent of our landscaping code mentions a lot of different things, that the landscaping code should protect fish and wildlife, which is typically relegated to the critical areas code and shoreline code, that it should regulate stormwater, which we have a stormwater code for, and a lot of other items that it's not listed in our existing landscaping code. They aren't things that get regulated. So we have a revised intent of the landscaping code, and I'll read it now, or I can read it now, or you can read it on your own, provide comment. I don't need to, it's just a couple sentences. I'm gonna read it now. I don't need to read it now. Okay.
2 sentences you can read.
The intent of this chapter is to establish landscaping standards that contribute to a quality urban environment by encouraging the retention of existing vegetation, expansion of urban tree canopy through landscaping and street trees, usage of drought-resistant vegetation, screening areas of low visual interest, buffering potentially incompatible developments, and to complement development sites with landscaping. So that's traditionally what our landscaping code has done, and we're proposing to revise the intent to match what the regulations have imposed to what the intent of the section is. Moving on to what triggers landscaping, and this was more hot topic with the Planning Commission. As we discussed with Planning Commission, how can we lower that bar to where landscaping is required at an earlier state for redevelopment? So landscaping with this proposed code be required if your remodel or redevelopment is valued at 50% or more of the structure value. So not the property value, the structure value. If you are remodeling your structure and the valuation is 50% as determined by the Kitsap County Assessor or more of that value, then you trigger landscaping. This is more aggressive than our code is now. And once again, this is to get at expanding the urban tree canopy, which this code update is really centered on, is adding more trees to the city landscape. The KBA had a lot of input. There was on that code section requesting that 50% mark. Once again, it's more aggressive than our normal code, and once again, this is to encourage increased city tree canopy. Also, in the hopes of increasing the city tree canopy, we've heard that more street trees and more shade trees. We've heard that in the past, and we tried to provide a code that provided flexibility while also encouraging those larger trees. So both for alternative street tree requirements and alternative interior landscaping requirements, we're providing an alternate route while maintaining our existing standards. So if you want to have larger, fast-growing trees, we have a route to encourage that with this code update, as opposed to our existing code, which we plan to keep in place, for flexibility. You could have a 6 foot tall street tree in some cases. If it's like even I believe a native crabapple tree. And maybe you have to do that because you have overhead power lines or there's some other site constriction that's site specific. We're trying to provide an alternative to incentivize larger trees while maintaining a path for these smaller street trees and landscaping if your site requires it.
Can you put into the code that they actually have to grow? Like they have to be irrigated for 2 or 3 years?
So it's all of our landscaping is required to have irrigation. Anything that's temporary, anything that's drought resistant, you can provide irrigation for during those hot times of the year while they're getting established, and then the irrigation can be abandoned.
We have dead street trees all over the city where they haven't been irrigated.
Are those?
Go up to Winco. Drive up there. Look at all those trees, either side of the road. They're either dead trees or cut off at the top.
These municipal trees, or are they?
Well, now they are. People, because they've been allowed to put them in.
That'd be a great question to email for staff to provide responses to, but I feel like Public Works is gonna have an encouraging response.
I have, of the 22 questions I want to ask, I'm just going to ask one, which is you've spent a lot of time talking about this worthy end, which is increasing the tree canopy of the city of Bremerton. Do you have a baseline canopy assessment of where we are now so that increase can be quantifiably determined?
No.
Okay.
That's hard to write into a code. If that's something the city council would like to work into the budget as far as finding a tree assessment, you have every right to do that.
Doesn't DNR still take aerial photos?
We do have aerial photos that were provided in the comp plan update of our city tree canopy, but it's not something specific to Bremerton necessarily. So if the council wants more specificity, it's certainly something that you can discuss amongst yourselves on hiring somebody to do that, but it's not necessarily pertinent to this specific code update.
Okay.
And I'll get more into the alternative street tree requirements, but and also to incentivize drought resistant trees. So the Kitsap County has an incentive. They incentivize drought resistant species is to provide a smaller size of tree at time of planting. And that's how you're supposed to incentivize it for Kitsap County. We adopted that model that it's supposed to be cheaper for you to buy that tree initially because it's a smaller size and then install it. So that's how we, following that Kitsap County model on how to incentivize drought resistant tree species is the initial tree could be smaller. Ideally that it gets people to have drought resistant trees. Other items for the update, critical root zone. We've also heard from the council that you don't need to just protect trees, you need to protect the critical root zone. So if someone is developing a site, running a bulldozer through and they say, hey, we're going to protect that tree, but you're not protecting its roots, then you're not really protecting that tree. So we've added some language for critical root zone, consistency with the stormwater code. We're just really wanting to flag to these landscaping designers that not only is this going to have to conform with the landscaping code, but please see our stormwater code also. Implementation of landscaping plan. We've had some trouble in the past with developers that give us a nice landscaping plan, and then they want this certificate of occupancy. They'll have staff come out like a dozen times and have to provide them with, well, no, this doesn't meet your approved landscaping plan. This doesn't meet your approved landscaping plan. This updated code section allows DCD to require a letter from their landscape architect saying that it has been installed per plan before we go out, should we feel the need. Remove landscaping requirements adjacent to parks. Right now, there's a really weird requirement that if your development is located next to a park, that you install a buffer so your residents can't see into the park. It seems counterintuitive to eyes on the street and safety, and really what you might buy a property for to be adjacent to a park. We ran it by our parks director, who agreed that should likely be removed from the code, so we proposed to do that.
But that would just be for residential, not commercial, right?
It would be for any development that you would be, say the pizza place on Evergreen Park. Should you have a screen where you can't see the pizza place? So that's the idea, is that.
I'm thinking if Winco came in after the apartments. You know, Winco was there first on Wheaton Way. Wilco, I'm sorry. So Wilco came in first and then we built all those apartments, right?
That's not next door. That's what this.
Like if
But I
Wilco-
mean, if that was,
If
if there was a park instead of
Wilco
apartments.
moved, if Wilco moved over in, by Evergreen Park.
Yeah.
And built their own building.
It's just,
Well, no, I mean, it's important. I understand what you're
It could
talking
now be up to 80 feet.
Yeah.
And
Build it up.
that is certainly something for the council to discuss.
For another time, okay.
So, not
by
necessarily.
March
right
11th.
now. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever you want to ask about or discuss, I'm open to it. But that's the intent of it, is whatever development is locating next to a park, they were being there for adjacency to a park. So, I think you get the gist, and it's up for debate. And root control barriers. So requiring that trees that are within 5 feet of a public sidewalk infrastructure may be required to install a root barrier. So root barrier is a thick plastic membrane that you bury in the earth so that tree roots don't disrupt utilities and uplift sidewalks. Public Works has been, once again, making that a requirement for a number of years. We just want to put it in our code too, so that people understand when you're a landscape designer, please understand that you need to protect our public infrastructure.
Mhm.
Respond to a lot. Okay. So once again, incentivizing larger trees. So how do we get at that? Right now, we require one street tree for 25 linear feet of street frontage. So if you have a 50-foot wide frontage, then you need 2 street trees. That can actually lead to selecting a smaller size of tree, you know, depending upon the spread of that tree.
An interior tree?
We're into that. Absolutely.
I think for.
So it might be kind of encouraging smaller trees at 1 tree per 25. For a larger tree, we're suggesting a 1 tree per 50 feet of frontage, but that tree, and it's going to share, I'll just jump ahead this for our interior tree too, that would have a mature growth of at least 30 feet, have a growth rate of at least 2 feet per year, so that we're not waiting for these trees. That's a fast growth rate in the tree world, and that it be on these approved city street tree list. So that way, these are already trees that we know play well with urban infrastructure. It's already vetted. So those would be some of the requirements for those incentivized trees, providing less trees, but larger trees. And that goes for interior trees too. So think interior to a parking lot. Right now, there's a tree that's required for so many square feet or parking spaces. We're suggesting to make that less, and also that you wouldn't have to provide shrubs or ground cover if you're providing for that larger tree. Once again, thinking of how can we incentivize or make a property owner want to put in a larger tree. Maintenance is a pain for property owners of commercial properties or multifamily properties. If we can provide them an ongoing maintenance incentive of not having to provide that tree ground cover and shrubs, which is currently required by the code, and to have this larger tree that's going to increase the urban tree canopy, heat island effect, while providing a positive benefit for the property owner also.
No more kinnick.
And I love me some kinnick, but this is all how do we incentivize larger trees? I'm sorry, I've asked about questions. That would be the end of the presentation.
All righty.
Good job, because it's 9 o'clock.
It's
9:20.
9:20.
Well, it's in the realm of 9 o'clock.
So
Feel like
I
I
can
have
vote
to
and
spark
vote
this.
everyone.
It was all right. It was
Good,
all
it
right.
went quick though.
Yeah.
We're-
I wouldn't have done this if it wasn't this hour.
I really encourage everybody to read the packet really carefully and get all your questions into Anne as
We
soon
have
as
a
you can.
deadline of the 11th, but if you could get us to us sooner, that'll give us more time to analyze and find solutions. So we'll come back at the next study session. We're going to skip a session. You're going to have the opportunity to hear from the public, see all the public comments that come in, and then we'll try to get this ready for a public hearing potentially April 1st. So that's what we're shooting for. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Oh, no, I'm looking at the calendar.
Okay. Pages in the presentation have big red X's for them. Are those maps that are no longer?
It's the old one.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah, for the SMP. So we try to show legislative markup, right? Like
Okay.
underline and cross through, and for a map, a big X works for, this is the map that's going away. And all the new maps should have a little explanatory portion at the top, explaining that it's a new map and what's changed. We have a beautiful new cover for the Shoreline Master Program. Before it was just a Word document, like large font, Shoreline Master Program. But thank you to our consultant that helped us do the comprehensive plan update. We borrowed one of the covers from that process and are applying it, so we look a little slicker. Yeah. Doug is here tonight. Another a facet will be here at the next study session, but they won't be here for the public presentation. So if there's technical questions, please have them ready for the study session, and then we can present any of that type of feedback to the public at that time.
And that would be the study session on the 25th.
Correct, March 25th.
So,
I think Doug has the depth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can handle it.
good.
So where are you located? Are you in Bremerton or are you out of Seattle or?
Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
Doug has sketched the area. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not trying to clamp down any questions.
No.
We're not.
Understand. I just wondered where it's not parametrics, which is
No,
No.
the ones that we.
did I say that wrong?
No, I'm just saying.
Can I beg your indulgence?
Oh, please.
Not ecological, I promise. It's just a couple of land use techniques that are in this that we used to use at King County Department of Development and Environmental Services. One is for exactly the issue you're talking about. You have to have a performance bond, and while performance bonds are in our definition, it does not appear that 150% of the value of the tree and the labor to install it and the irrigation is actually being taken from the applicant because those trees are dead. So it's performance bonds are one technique. And then another technique that was suggested at the January 12th town hall was people will buy a house and they don't realize that they can't just cut down whatever they want. So to have that run with the deed. You see, neither of those was ecological at all.
So, and I
But
did want
I
to
think we
point
should
out.
focus on Doug right now. If you have questions that you'd like.
No, I will email them because
All right.
it's 9:25, Michael. I
Yeah.
have over 21 questions.
I do want to broadcast to the city council that these were comments we were provided by Councilor Mochler. And it didn't get a whole lot of attention because we didn't have time at the planning commission level. So I really want everyone, we have a handout with those comments. Please read through them. And if anyone has questions about implementing any of this, it seems to be more conversational in format than as far as like, we should change this code section XYZ.
Yeah.
So it's not, doesn't necessarily lend itself to, a specific revision, but if anyone wants to expound on this or have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Charging per
And I
minute.
should just add that Mike Miller, the planning commission chair, was
Lydia.
there, but he was not at the meeting on January 26th. Do I have that right? I didn't see it.
Correct, he was
Yeah.
not.
So he didn't get a chance to pass this on. All right, keeping my tongue.
That being said, we should state that because the planning commissioner was there, does not mean that they agree with everything that's in this statement. So if Mr. Miller would like to talk to the city council,
Yes.
he's the planning commission chair and has the ability to do so.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I think there's a lot of information to absorb and it's 9:25.
Yeah.
So,
I think that means back away from the table.
well, yeah, I really appreciate you coming and that it was so quick, but I think this is really homework for council to work on in the next couple weeks.
We will work on our home.
Thank you for
Thank you all so
being
much.
here.
Thank you very much. I hope you catch your ferry.
Okay. I think the last one is 10:15.
Isn't there a 9:04?
Run.
We're down
like
at-
the
I was
wind.
gonna say.
You can do it
That
there.
half
It can
hour.
happen.
9:40 is
Down
15
there.
minutes.
So, oh,
It's 9:25.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you for being accommodating.
All right.
It's not a 10.
I'm really glad we're not doing
I
the
don't know
budget
what time it's
discussion.
Yeah, it's probably something around 10:30.
Okay, last but not least, welcome Fire Chief Pat McGanny here to present item B2, a levy lift discussion.
Well, thanks for letting me be here tonight. So tonight, I'm here to ask for your support to place a property tax lid lift before the voters in August.
Sure.
Okay. Cool. We'll have it ready for you in the next study session. This will help us maintain reliable emergency response as the demands increase and our infrastructure ages. I believe this will also help with council goal number 13. The lid lift, put before the taxpayers, we'd be asking our citizens to help us solve 4 essential needs, and I'll run through these pretty quick.
Chief Brooke.
No, it's not. There we go. So what we're asking for our voters to approve a 48-cent property tax lid lift. Emergency services demand is rising, and our staffing is becoming more and more stretched thin. Actions needed to maintain the response and reliability, or what would help with this is staffing. Just to give you a quick overview of the graph, that is emergency responses per firefighter on duty, not department-wide. So comparatively, our firefighters are running about 772 calls per firefighter, and Central Kitsap, which is north of us, they're running about 468 calls per firefighter.
Combine.
Well, it's not gonna help the calls per firefighter if we did that. What we're asking for is 9 additional firefighters. This would help us move toward national best practice and allow us to comply with state safety requirements. Our call volume continues to increase through growth by population changes, increase in EMS utilization, what we're seeing, and increasing wait times at the emergency room. So just to give you an idea, average transport takes about 15 minutes to get the patient to the hospital, 15 minutes back, and we're sitting on the wall, which means we're waiting for a bed, an average of 30 minutes. So when they're at the hospital, they're not available to respond. Currently, our crews are working harder than they ever have. We're asking a lot of them. Calls for service, talked about it, continues to go up. One of the big things that is rising is concurrent calls. So 52% of the time, we're running multiple calls at the same time, which means our station reliability, we have 3 of them, and about 71% that crew is going to be in the station. Current staffing. Right now, Station 2 and Station 3 have 2 individuals on the fire engine and 2 individuals on a paramedic unit. With 2, we can respond, but we cannot effectively fight fires. So there's state laws out there, WAC 296, 305. Short says if you have 2 people in, you must have 2 people outside. There isn't a limited rescue exception, which says if you have 2 people in, you can have 1 person out. But that's for a known rescue. So what a known rescue means is one of our crews show up in front of your house and you say, my loved one's in that house. or we have some other clues that say there's somebody in that house. If that fire engine shows up with 2 people, by state law, we cannot make entry. The sad thing about it is our crews have to make a decision, either go save a life or break state law. And whoever's in charge of that crew, the company officer that's there, makes that decision and something goes wrong, that person is going to be held personally responsible. So they're in a bad spot because they either have to live with the fact that they made something happen and they're personally responsible, or they have to live with the decision that they did not go save somebody's life when they had an opportunity. Fire doubles every minute. If we're in, Station 2's area out by the lake, next closest unit is down here. So if that paramedic unit's gone, the ladder truck's the next one in. They're 5-7 minutes away. And if it's just them, they can't do anything about it. NFPA 1710, which is the National Fire Protection Association, is guidelines. They're not a law. The recommendation is that you have 4 people on a fire apparatus to be able to handle things like fire attack, search and rescue, ventilation, firefighter safety simultaneously. Not asking to get there, that would be a big reach. So we have 9 additional firefighters. That will allow us to put an additional firefighter on each of the outlying engines. Will help move us toward NFPA best practices. Will bring us into compliance with state law. If we have fire and don't have another unit with them, they can make a rescue. And it will provide effective response in firefighter safety, and also would help us rely less on mutual aid. Next is fire apparatus. So we currently, our fire trucks are not part of the ER&R fund. They have not been forever, as far as I know. We've always had to go bond out to bond. Got bond in 1990, back in 2004, again in 2015. So the current apparatus we have, our reserve apparatus are 2004s. Our frontline apparatus are 2018. Our 2004 apparatus have met their service life. They're getting very expensive to work on, and we're having a hard time finding parts for them. Our 2018s really need to move into reserve status in 2028 or 2029. Right now, manufacturing for fire engine is about 2 years, and depending on where you buy the ladder truck from, it can like between 3 and 6 years, depending on the manufacturers. So that's why I'm trying to get out in front of this now, because we need to get them ordered, and we don't have any money set aside for these apparatus. So what we're asking for is funding for 2 engines and a ladder truck. Next is long-term financial planning. Part of this proposal would allow us to put money aside into ER&R on a yearly basis. So it would purchase new equipment and also allow us to put money away. Because even if the city started now, I don't know that there might budget for.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Even if we started putting money into ER&R, is there budget to put it into ER&R?
No, there's not plans for us to be doing so.
Right. So this would help purchase new stuff and give us a long-term funding. That just isn't.
Yeah, if you don't, just jump in.
Yeah.
So there's no funding source. The city is adopted methodology for the engines and ladder trucks are have been bonded, for bond every 10 years to replace those apparatus. So that was the funding model that's been used historically. Not saying we cannot shift and then start putting in our reserve with a funding mechanism to do that. So I just want to say it's not that the city is just looking away, looking away from having to replace them. That has been the methodology. That would have been a continued methodology going forward. That or the local program as they Washington, which again borrowing the expensive.
How much does bonding cost?
It depends. Right now, I think the market, someone like middle 3%.
But even if we were to go to bond, we have to find the money to pay for it.
Yeah, I understand that.
So the last issue is facilities. Fire Station 1, which was built in 2015, we have outgrown it.
9 years
Or,
old.
excuse me, 2005.
Okay.
20 years old, 21. We no longer have enough bedrooms to support extra staff. So if we bring a new employee on, we have to ship them out to an outlying station to be able to sleep. We're out of bedrooms. We're out of bathrooms. We're just outgrown the building. So the hope is to be able to remodel this. I've had some preliminary discussion. What it would cost we would net 3 additional bedrooms, the bathroom, and some storage. So that's kind of what we're looking at to be able to do that. We can't go up because the station was not designed to be able to go up. Now we could go up on the addition, but the problem is if we go to a second story, then we have all the ADA requirements that we have to meet.
But you get a fire pole.
There is that in Washington. You have to get so Seattle built their new station. They had to get a special waiver from L&I to get it. But we'd have to have an elevator up to the second floor to know it would be sleeping quarters for firefighters.
So you have firefighters that are unable to use stairs?
No,
I mean,
we don't, but we have to meet the ADA requirements.
So there's no leeway there?
No.
I can tell you.
Wait a minute, why do we have to meet ADA requirement? Are there people who are going to be in wheelchairs going into the personal?
No,
It
but
doesn't matter.
we currently, in our current fire station, one of our bathrooms, which is on the shift side, not on the public side, is ADA compliant, has wheelchair access to the shop.
So the only reason to remodel this is bedroom space.
Bedroom space, more bathrooms, and laundry space, because we currently have 17 people in that fire station. Every night there's 8 that are sleeping, and we have 4 bathrooms.
And doing their laundry.
And 1 washing machine and 1 dryer to do their laundry.
Okay.
So
We had 6 kids in 1 bathroom.
Not their personal laundry.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah.
I figured intimates.
Yeah, that's a lot of bathrooms.
That's a lot of bathrooms. Remember, we have shift change. So at one time. Yeah.
Okay.
So, we do shift change during the week. Not only do you have the 8 that are on duty, you got the 8 that are coming on duty plus the 9. So it's full. So the financial impact to our residents at 48 cents would, on a $500,000 home, would be $240 a year. The median house in Bremerton is about $480,000. So this would provide staffing, would provide apparatus, provide a long-term solution to further apparatus purchases, and would allow us to remodel nationwide.
You said it too, but we're talking about taking the fire engines and putting them into the same program that we buy dump trucks.
Yes.
And things like that, so that we're not going to figure out a bond. And then again, this is another way that we look at bringing in money, because again, like we were talking about the bond, great, but we have to pay the bond, and then that's a drain on the budget. So this is another way to.
So this is just
Another regressive taxation method, is that what you're gonna say?
I don't think I need to.
So this is
You're
the
welcome.
cost projections. They should be in your packet. So 9 staff, we would do that on a 2-year hiring. If I try to hire 9 people at one time, my staff will not be happy. It takes a lot to bring people on. The cost of 2 new engines, just to give you an example, the current engines that we bought in 2018 were $550,000. They're over $1 million today. Ladder truck was $950,000, and it's going to be close to $1.6 million, 1.7. So the costs that are in there are not only the engines, but the equipment that goes on the engines in the ladder truck. The remodel of fire station number 1, and then $750,000 a year that would go into the ER&R fund. So in 10 years, we don't have to go back to the voters. We'll have funding in the ER&R. And I will say this is not all our needs. These are our most pressing needs for the fire department. Just like every other department in the city has needs. But this would give us a way to accomplish that by asking the voters.
So currently, what is the levy per thousand?
So the general property tax is at $1.47
Per
thousand.
But Mike, remember I asked you if you could figure out, because now they're combining everything on our,
Yeah, it's on your bill when you hit, the city portion of your tax, of that amount, 75% of that is the city portion, and the about 25% is EMS.
25%?
Yeah, that's it.
So I have a very modest house in Bremerton, extremely modest. So my property taxes that the city gets right now is about $650 a year. So if a quarter of that is already going to fire, right, that would be 125. And now it'd be, I'm sorry, how much more were you saying?
Well,
Can you go back to that slide?
For a $500,000 house, it would be $240
extra. That's a really big portion of our city taxes. I mean, every department needs it. How many employees does the fire department have right now?
70.
And how many does the police department have?
84 commission officers plus. Well, yeah, I mean, 64.
So you're requesting that the fire department go up to 83.
And they're at 81 total, 81 and a half total employees.
But a lot of theirs are not.
Yeah.
It's a really huge ask with all the things the city needs. So now with this levy lift, you would be getting closer to 40% of people's city tax.
I understand it's a large ask. But I also think we have a large need. If we don't do something, our fire apparatus are not going to be reliable, which means we're not going to be able to respond. If our call volume continues to go up, our reliability is just going to lessen. So this is a way to, and if we put it on the ballot and the taxpayers say no, then the taxpayers understand what the consequences of a no vote is. But we don't know until we act.
But, I think council's been pretty generous, because you came to us saying that you needed an additional ambulance. Was that last year?
Right,
because of the wait times at the hospital.
Right.
But now this is, asking for more for the same reason, right?
Well, I'm asking to put 3 people on fire engines so they can, when they have structure fire, that they can actually go in and save a citizen versus having to stand out in the yard and wait for another unit to get there.
So we use Olympic ambulance also, and that's for non-life threatening.
They do RBLS, but their reliability, because they have grown outside of Kitsap County, their reliability is not what it used to be.
Well, do we still use them for non-life threatening?
When they're available. But in the last 3 years, we've done more basic life support transport than we've ever had.
Okay.
And neither the place on Kitsap Way or the place up north of Lowe's are ever a good substitute for going all the way to St. Michael's.
They are, and we do deliver patients there, but the criteria for us to deliver patients is in a very small box. And that's dictated by the agencies in our program, medical program director. So we're working on that, trying to get more availability, what we can drop off there, but it's about one patient a day is what they're seeing from an ambulance inside the county. So it's not a huge help. St. Mike's, continues to have, they have staffing problems like everybody else. And they have staffing problems. It creates wait times. And we're not the only ones in the county having wait time issues. It's all the ambulances.
No, I'm just, I think we all had hopes that those two emergency places would, be emergency places.
Right, and yeah, another
It
one.
allows people to walk into those.
Yeah.
So that when we pull up in Silverdale, maybe their load is.
Person.
Yeah, and, luckily, at the end of last year, the Port Orchard urgent care / ER just opened too. So I think it's taken a lot of walk-in patients off of the ER, but
So
they're still, no, not off us. And they're still, the hospital's still incredibly busy.
So what is the holdup that they won't allow you to bring patients to like the emergency room just over the city line?
We have to follow protocols, and in our protocols written by our program director, along with St. Michael's and Multicare, they have criteria of what patients we can take there. They set the criteria, and if they're outside the criteria for a patient, we have to take them to.
So when you're saying our medical director, are you saying that's somebody who works for the city of Bremerton as a?
Our
the
medical
overall-
program director works for Kitsap County EMS, which
Okay.
everybody is a part of. And he's the doctor that all our paramedics and EMTs work under his license.
Okay,
So he sets the protocols.
he sets the rules.
Exclusions, including alcohol and drugs on board. Yeah. So that immediately takes away a large percentage of the people we see.
Okay.
And mental health. And mental health.
I hit a wall a little while ago, but could you give us like a little short primer on property tax and the lid lift and the restrictions that are on it? Because we do have to go every once in a while and make these adjustments and give us a quick.
Not, or, I'm not sure.
Probably in the morning.
So we have to rerun our EMS levy. It expires every 6 years.
Yeah.
We tend to run it at 5. Just
You did that.
We did that, and that's
We're
what
talking property tax, the property tax here.
Yeah.
There's some caps on it and it kind of bumps up against it, right? Like,
So we have a ceiling on our taxing authority, and we're not getting near that cap. Okay. Chief, you can tell them what that is, right?
Yeah, 332 is the city's cap.
Yeah.
We would be at because the EMS levy doesn't count against that, we'd be at
Is that always
$1.95.
that number, or does that number get based on
Yeah,
another thing?
Yeah, and how we get that cap, we take taxing authority away, that could have a tiered effect for lower districts taxing authority, but we're not near the cap. And so let's go to the voters, they can have different criteria.
But we just told the voters we only get 1% more a year, which we all know is not correct, because every 6 years they come through and reassess our houses and raise what it is. So this is substantial raise for property owners, and we already have so many people who don't pay tax in the city of Bremerton. Every nonprofit in the world has come here.
What is that? This.
Well, yeah, it affects,
Yeah, it does, but this was-
but it all goes together.
Absolutely.
Jennifer, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm exhausted. It's way too late for this kind of.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to. This is such bad timing because we already just approved it's $1.91 per thousand for the school levy. So you're coming back to back on that. So I would like to see some other kind of revenue generation plan, but I know you guys are stuck with kind of like what you're stuck with. So what your ask is to kind of like a resolution to support this, is that?
Well, what I'm asking is if you guys tell me to move forward, I will move forward with legal. We'll come with an ordinance, just like we did with the EMS levy. And so the timelines are, everything has to be into the county by May 1st or the August 4th election.
And is that a special election?
No, it's a primary.
That's right. And how much does an election like does this cost us for time, et cetera? Like what is the back end on it? You know, like to
15 grand.
I guess dollars or times like that.
dollars.
Dollars.
FTE does equal dollars though.
It depends. Right now, there's no budget for it, but it depends on what's on the ballot. If there's additional measures on the ballot, that could lower the cost, but then 15.7.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that much. It's a lot to me. It's chump change. It's
a lot to me.
It's literally a quarter of my annual income, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, I just kind of wanted to, the timing of it is difficult because I do think that voters are going to be dubious of it, but I do think that you're gonna have better results running it just EMS. Rather than combined. I think that was difficult last time. And I really want to support our, our first responders here. I'm a little, it's too late for me to say anything else. The end.
It is too late.
Is there any way that we could, because we've been having these super long study sessions.
Yeah.
Is there any way we could have info only stuff like this after the general meeting? We have done that from time to
I
time
like that idea.
in the past, but if it's just info only where we could sit around and talk about it, and it would not be nearly 10 o'clock at night. Is there a way we could?
That's another discussion.
I know, but so.
So
I'm actually leading up to this, I'm sorry.
I mean.
I get my ability to be brief, like really dwindles as the night progresses. So as a, for instance, is there any way we could talk about this again next Wednesday after the general meeting?
Sure.
Because my brain has stopped.
Yeah, this is way too big of a thing to.
It is, but I'm because the agenda was set with this. There was intention with the agenda. I don't love it. I've complained both publicly and privately that the agendas are too weighty. You can see them that we knew we were going to be here until 10 o'clock at night. It was something you can see on the agenda. I'm new, and I knew I was going to be here until 10 o'clock at night. So having something that they waited in all night long, and there was the gentleman before that was paid by the hour or something, that he was sitting and waiting. Like, I don't think that we need to punish those that have sat and waited all night because our inability to, structure an agenda. They're on the agenda.
There's no action.
There's no action.
There's no action on it.
Now, you just said you want him to come back after a general.
He's gonna be there
meeting?
anyway.
It's gonna be there anyway. It's a council meeting.
However, the way I understand it is he needs to go ahead, proceed with
There's
it.
time enough by the next
There's
meeting.
time.
Yeah.
And, all right,
And rather than push it to another study session.
Well, I'm asking for either a yes or no, go forward or not, so I can put the staff time into writing the resolution, writing the ordinance, putting out the.
If you ask me tonight, I'll say no.
I have to come back to another study session.
No,
With that.
We have the ability to change the.
Not next
I
study
understand
session.
that, but next,
The amount of.
I'd like to get to the next study session with the resolution and the ordinance.
This goes
If we're gonna
back
go
to
that.
we have to find other revenue sources.
So the next study session is March 11th. So you're saying that you want us to take action by March 18th?
For an August resolution?
Yeah, but
No, you don't. Yeah, we can push it to another study session.
yeah.
But I guess my point is that I don't think we're serving staff well by trying to think about these just out.
This is
laid out.
not okay.
But
For
we're
you.
never gonna know how long a council meeting's gonna go.
True, but I'm just saying for info only.
I think we
But-
kind of know right now
Yeah.
the length of
But he's
right
saying,
now.
he's saying it's not info only. He wants a yes or no.
No,
So it's
I-
not
I-
info only.
If you,
I'm
I,
looking for direction either to bring them up, to bring the ordinance forward to the next study session in 2 weeks. Or not. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
just a note to directors, if you're not time sensitive, it might be a good idea to try to get on a later.
I think there's, I think there's.
Monitor how long we talk, and things like that.
Fair.
A lot goes into this. Literally, this time is not the time to debate this because
Facts.
everyone's
That's
cranky.
fair.
So.
Okay.
So if you want me back at the next study session, what would you like me to present?
Want options for maybe a
Yeah.
less of a less.
For a lot
Yeah.
less, yeah.
Well, I don't know what that means. I mean, do you want me to take staffing out? Do you want me to, I mean, I need a fire apparatus, I need the staffing, so.
Can the apparatus be staggered out in different years or something like that?
I've got to go, so if I go to the voters for a piece of it, then I gotta spend money again to go to the voters for another piece of it.
So what happens if next year we have no additional funding for the police department? And there's no way, if this actually passes, that we're ever gonna get any other money in the near future for another department, another big need. And that'll be it.
So the county is proposing to put a 0.2% sales tax on the ballot in November for public safety. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, the city would see some of that money.
Yeah, there is a portion that's gonna come. We don't know what that's quantified.
I think you need to bring it back to us a little lower. I think apparatus might be able to be deferred. It takes so long for apparatus anyway to come in, right, the chassis, whatever. Sometimes some apparatus is quicker than others, but,
They're 2 years out.
right. How long does this lift last for?
Until the next time,
Continuous until
it's forever.
forever.
Yeah.
Until the cost of things.
Yeah.
Until we-
Outpace the
So if you look
property
at that,
values.
I've taken it out through 2038.
Would you be, I mean, council, like, what about, I think it would be easier if it was under $1 to justify, if it was pennies or cents rather than, you know what I mean? I think that would be easier for the voters to digest. I think I'm feeling like if it were less, it would be easier to pass.
I think also the voters are gonna have a hard time. And here, I know you have specialized information that we lack. I do know that. But I think the voters will have a hard time, like, we have a 20-year-old building. It looks beautiful.
It's beautiful.
You're asking for 1.3 mil to renovate it. And have you thought about like sending the laundry out? Have
No,
you thought about having people double up
That's gonna be-
in bedrooms, bunk beds?
No.
I was gonna say, it allowed us to have a diverse background of people so that when we call for services, it's different folks that are there. And so these are all things that,
But they can't.
well, yes,
The fire service we used to sleep in dorm rooms.
Yep.
That's changed. We don't do that anymore.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Just have
Nice.
males and
People
females.
need their personal space and they want their personal space. So that's society. That's not Bremerton Fire Department. That's the fire service throughout the country. And they want to be able to have their personal space. Putting them in bunk beds and 2 people in a room? No, that's not what we just spent. $300,000 remodeling the outlying stations with the
Goes to
last bond
retention and
to
all that stuff.
so they could have individual bedrooms.
How large are the bedrooms?
They're tiny.
They're tiny.
I mean, like, seriously, I've been in I'm the only council person here who's done 24 hours, y'all. So the room is about maybe like the style, like from here to, like, I mean, it's tiny.
They're not big.
They're not big rooms. It's a tiny bunk.
12 by 10, maybe?
And it's a little, and it's like a, you know, not,
12 by 10?
yeah.
12 by 10 foot?
It's a tiny.
Nice. Bigger than mine, that big in my house.
It's not even, I don't even.
Send questions and come back.
Yeah.
But you said something about keep it under $1. He's 48 cents. I'm not sure where that was coming from.
48, well, I thought it was $1.41.
No, we currently are at $1.47. Our property tax per
So
thousand.
keep it under $2.
Thank you
The
for the
roughly
reminder. I'm
$1.
sorry I
It's
misunderstood.
$1.97.
It's $1.98, Judy. Well, sweet.
And then
All
they're
right, how
gonna,
about everybody send in your questions to Anne by, what's today, the 25th?
thank you,
If
Rick.
you can send them in by the,
By midnight tonight.
by the 3rd, and she can compile them and get them to the fire service by the 9th.
Mm.
Unless she can get them together faster. I don't know how many questions everybody's gonna have.
Denise still here?
No,
She went away.
I'm just looking for direction. What
I think we're gonna,
well, we're gonna send in
We don't have it for you,
questions.
sorry.
Okay, so understand, we're under timeline. We have to have everything to the county by May 1st.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
it.
it's February.
Okay.
You have a whole, we have
Mm.
2 months.
Right, but we have to put everything together. We have to put the ordinance and everything.
they
together.
start-
It's gonna take staff time.
do they start drafting it? I mean,
Well, I mean, the thing is we had since Friday night to read this. The public hasn't had any time to react to it. It's a big deal, so I think waiting for the next study session is a reasonable request.
Okay, so what would you like? me
the public gets to vote.
I was
We're
gonna say,
gonna,
public-
we're gonna send you our questions. We're gonna send them through Ann by next Monday. Right? And then she'll compile them and send them to you by that Friday. And then,
Don't lose that batch in your.
It seems to me that the only bone of contention is the number 0.48.
Yeah.
no, that's not the only bone of
All right,
contention.
and that can be, he can draft
Yeah.
the documentation and leave that XX to be determined later. So that's probably not gonna change.
Well, there's other city needs that we need to balance too, Rick. I mean, if
I know,
we,
but that doesn't relate to this particular
No,
vote.
it doesn't. And that's where if we start making decisions, taking away from one department because potentially another department could use that. This is coming up with a funding mechanism, which is what we've asked for with a budget we know is underwater right now. So we are looking at revenue sources in this. Second choice, after if there's no revenue sources, then there's service cuts, which is devastating in this and is not something that I want to be in a city that says, so sorry, you called 911, but you don't get it because we don't have it.
it also,
and then-
it also will cut out any funding for police. And currently we have at best 4 police on duty driving around at night.
I think that I'm a little frustrated with the absolutes that you're coming up with tonight. Because it's not a matter of we're getting a message from Bremerton 1 or where all the services are gonna be cut. It is a matter of balancing services.
Absolutely.
And you do have a bias here. So I'd like us all to take a break, take a beat and come back together when we are better rested. And that would be a lot more productive and collaborative. And we'll all get along better. I'll like you better after I get some sleep. And you'll like us better. And I think we'll have a good solution and we'll be able to work with Chief McGanny. And I know you want to get rolling, but
So the expectation is that on the 11th, you want me here, but they won't be here. They'll be out of town, so I'm gonna have to move to the next one.
Can anyone?
You just
anybody
want me
be
to
your
answer
proxy?
your questions at a study session. That's what you want. You're gonna send me questions.
We're gonna send you questions like, can you adjust here? Can you adjust there? Those are the kind of questions I expect people to be asking. You know, can we just buy the equipment and put off a remodel until we have other funding sources in the city? I don't want to ask the taxpayers to put all their money into just one part, public safety. And by doing this huge amount, you've knocked out everything for police.
Okay, then tell me, take the staffing out, take the remodel out and go to bond.
And that might be what we do. I don't know. It's after 10 o'clock at night.
we don't have an answer.
We don't have an answer for you.
We would like to give you an answer.
We wanna
Okay.
be, we wanna
But
be
we are
better for you.
non-functioning.
I mean, you
By
don't,
design, this was the
You-
agenda
And I
that
was
was
up
set
at 3:30.
by design.
It didn't say that we had to make a decision tonight. That's
No,
not
I was
on the
saying the
agenda.
fact that we're sitting here until ten, this has nothing to do with this discussion. As much as I love you throwing the bias in my face on that, I'm upset about the fact we had an agenda that we needed to go through. Regardless of the time that we're here, that's what the agenda is. Do I love it? No. Did I sign up for it? Yes. Have I been, this is job 2 for me today.
Well, do we
So-
want to vote tonight? Because I know what my vote would be.
There is no.
I think we need more time and we need more information.
I'm not upset about the fact that we're walking out. I'm upset about the fact that everything is rushed because of the time on the clock where it was like, that this is what happens. So it's very frustrating.
It doesn't have to be this way, and I know you're new. We have ways that we can flex the schedule and be better about our schedule. And I think that's something that our council president will work on for us so that we can have better time to devote to.
I mean, we're gonna
important
have to
things.
just limit what staff brings to us so that we don't have to have such huge agendas. Just, I mean, there's,
Back to Anna's idea, do we want to just set some time tomorrow night?
no.
Next
week.
Next week.
Next week, oh yeah.
Next week.
No, we had finance yesterday, like, so I was like, I'll be here, the meeting's tomorrow.
But
We've been getting through our general business meetings
I will be out
between
of town.
6 and 6:20.
You're out of town again?
Not next Wednesday, the 11th, I will be out
Okay,
of town. So
so
if you want to do
next
next
Wednesday.
Wednesday, give me the question.
Okay,
I love it.
okay. Thank you.
We'll just pick up where we left.
Let's have lots of
With this
reports
very
now.
same attitude.
Yes.
Yes.
Nobody's.
So I would like to get to someplace. that we
I
can-
think
I know,
we'll
we're
have
sorry
some,
that we just can't think
So,
clearly. Any,
thank you for saying.
Well, I had a lot of announcements to make and
Committee reports?
it's too late, so I'm just gonna email all the announcements to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay?
can we do the committee reports and announcements next week as well?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
I would love that.
Excellent. Good night.
All right, I call this
Adjourn.